vacation and just watching stupid things.
I didn't mind listening to you. It's just that.
Yes,
yeah.
Game. Also, I continue to forget to level up. I had an entire week off.
Okay.
Crying inside.
I believe there was a long rest last time.
You guys decided to take a long rest in the village.
Okay.
We did our shopping and then we went to the inn. And I believe our next step was to try to get information on where to go deal with fights. Which is where our next plan of action was.
Very good. Let's see. Tris, just for continuity's sake, was this a particularly high end inn, or was it?
It was a normal, normal sized. It's like bigger than a decent sized village, small town level.
Right.
So better than a country inn, but not like some of the city inns you guys have dealt with.
Okay. Okay, well, for anyone suffering levels of exhaustion due to actually having a nice old bed, you can reduce it by 2 instead of 1.
Yay! I now have a -2 for death.
Oh, for exhaustion, not your penalty. Because your penalty is not exhaustion, remember?
Yeah, your death penalty is a different mechanic. But you went from -4 to -3. Yeah.
Because it's every long rest, we only take one long rest.
Yeah. So yeah.
This is your second one.
Nope. First long rest. You got here at the end of the day.
Ah, okay. That would be a -3. Got it. I was just double checking.
Okay. Now, with that, the morning has arrived. Is there anything in particular that people would want to be doing in the morning, or are you just like skipping directly to questioning people?
Well, obviously, food would be a good place to start, I think.
Yes, food, tea. I want my tea, damn it. We're in a new place. They might have something different that's nice. What else is there? I have to think about what I'm going to do with this blade. This blade is going to give me nightmares to think about what I can do with it, and what I want to do with those wishes.
Okay. So you're asking about new tea, like if there's any.
Yes, tea.
Okay.
I want my morning tea to.
Now,
I refuse to do anything without my morning tea.
I don't have anything fancy for you. Just plain tea. If you want something more fancy, you have to go a few blocks over.
I'm fine with normal tea for now. Because it's a new type of tea, because we're in a new area.
That'll be 2 silver.
Did we get rid of all the electrum yet?
Nope.
It's a 5 silver to 1 electrum if I recall?
Probably not.
Have you spent electrum here?
Nope.
Okay.
Because
I just want to get rid of it. We have 4 digital left.
Because Electrum is that weird one that doesn't want to convert like everybody else.
I thought it was. I know it's like
It's 2-1 on gold, I know.
Yeah, it's 2-1 on gold, which makes me think it's because it's 10 silver to 1 gold. I would believe it'd be 5 electrum to 1.
You would think that, but yeah, 5 silver to 1 electrum.
Ah! I remembered it. Yes, I'm actually proud of that because of how weird electrum is. I will give her an electrum. A single electrum.
I'll look at it for a second. Do you have any other currency on you?
Ha.
He sounds less annoyed, more disturbed.
Huh. Sure, there's some silver.
Did you retrieve the electrum, or did you just leave it? Or did you just leave it?
I will take back the electrum.
Okay.
I will want to say this. I'm curious about your look at the electrum, given that I'm just trying to get rid of it. It seems that it might have some kind of history here.
As he takes your silver, he'll state, you must have found something rather old to get that. He'll speak in a little bit of a lower voice when he says, some say it's cursed.
I understand that feeling. I can't get rid of it.
And with that, David has built lore around the GM's hatred of Electrum.
I found it in exploration. I know it's worth about 5 silver, but I can never get rid of it.
Yeah, there may be its material value. Listen. There's, he'll be speaking in a more conversational level, since he's no longer whispering. He clearly was doing that not to disturb his other patrons. I suggest you see, let's say at, yeah, she should still be here. Let's say, outside the walls to the west, if you want, something to counteract, that.
I was talking to her earlier. She has some interesting things.
Wait, did I ID your person?
No, I think,
I didn't.
I thought you were clearly talking about somebody else.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought you were talking about no.
He mentioned he said
Are you talking, let me put it this way. I would phrase it in a way that I'm talking about the merchant outside with the interesting things.
Okay.
When I say that. So I don't recall her actually getting her name.
She never gave a name.
Then yeah, I was phrasing it that way. The thing that I'm talking about that person.
Okay.
But if it's not that person, this guy should clearly know.
So what's that?
That's just
Yeah, I felt that coming on. It's like, I better not try to say anything, or else it'll just be interrupted.
We've interrupted with a sneeze.
Yeah. He'll look confused for just a moment, as if there's been a miscommunication. Lisette is with her Visani caravan to the west. Generally has talismans and other items of serendipity that I think you could use in your situation. I take it everyone else is. I assume they're like eating in the tavern.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll anyone with a passive perception of higher than 17 will notice that a few of the patrons kind of look over towards in kind of the bar's sort of the direction, with a little bit of uncertainty as to why the guy is even bringing up the idea of what amounts to good luck charms. So some of the patrons are wondering if there's something they need to be concerned about, but they're not like talking about it. Just people kind of look over and then go back to their meal.
Well, I appreciate the advice, and thank you for the team. I will head back to the party.
Right?
By the way, people think that rating currency that we don't really use because people don't like doing math. I still don't know why we have it. And I'm from the place where it gets mentioned, probably. I can't remember if that's... Wait, no! Electrum is a government... It's part of the government currency. So yes, I would be a part of the system that mints the damn thing. I don't know why I did this still. But they think it first. I would say that quietly, just to have less people stare at me.
Okay.
But I'll just mention that, and I'm just like, so what did you do?
Kodo will speak up. Oh, given how strange this place is, maybe it is cursed here.
Yeah. Well, your tips should be able to figure that one out. We should probably do it in a more private place. At this point, we at least found the city in this, so that's better than nothing. But it also means that our situation is gotten more complicated because we just can't manage to find and kill a horde of vampires and undead that get in our way to behind us. And then we have to deal with the new political structure and the new society.
Well, I mean, right now it's just one little isolated village. They could just be isolated settlements for all we know.
You know, the mists do cover a good chunk of the continent.
They do. I'm not disputing that at all.
But I would think if there was...
They have merchants and traders as well that travel.
Well, Kenshi may have a point. I've seen enough people try to rise to power that if there is a strong, organized, usually governmental force, unless they have a particular need to stay isolated, they would generally displace any other up-and-coming powers or absorb independent places. And I don't know about you, but I didn't see any anything like uniformed Corvus guardsmen around.
But you don't really see that in most places. You just see people, normal guards for that town. You don't see them wearing tabards of state. That's only generally for soldiers. Even in other kingdoms, except for, yeah, I can't say except for all I deal with in the military comes to the Empire. Or did deal with. Because a town guard is a town guard. You don't need to know that they serve a specific place. You know that they're a town guard. While a soldier needs to be able to be identified as a soldier of that place because they could be an enemy.
Depends on how authoritarian you want to be.
No, that's just using common logic and tactics. You need to be able to identify your own force to be commanded.
I was referring to plain guardsmen.
Okay, if they're particularly vague person, not wrong.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Of course you would.
Of course you would. You never remind you of that one dimension that you have? Or daily play, or whatever it is?
You mean my old room?
Yeah. Very lavish, by the way.
Thank you. I also have a large portrait of my family.
I was commenting about that.
Just pointing out that it's a bit more than vanity.
I mean, we can go to the museum in Garvis again if you want.
No,
We only walked past it because
I don't want to. I don't want to go back to Corvus.
Yes, let's let the past be past. Go destroying relics so that we can learn from it.
You know,
There's quite plenty of those here.
no, I'm not going to get you anything next solstice.
Mhm.
I didn't quite hear you, actually.
I'm not going to get you anything next solstice.
I thought we were better than that.
I don't know if you noticed, I didn't get anyone anything last solstice either.
I didn't think you celebrated the.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think we actually had time to. We were killing a lot of undead. And the vampires.
They need a new holiday. They need to celebrate something else.
It's okay, you'll be fine. Just celebrate the dead you. Even though you're not dead. I know it's weird. Just deal with it. You're a big grown-up yokai. You should be able to understand the frailty of morals and why they don't care. About such things.
Many things pass the time. Holidays stick around a bit longer.
Say you'll be fine.
Go to look over at Tibbs. Brian, you back? Nope, okay.
He's currently muted if he is trying to talk.
Okay.
I only say that so that Brian's aware of it. But, I think your course of action is to get a map of the region. Because obviously it's going to be different. In the demi-plane according to Arya.
Yeah, so time, the time, is out of sync, I believe is what she said.
Yeah, it's like out of sync time, things like that. So even though we have a rough idea of its size, we don't know its true scope or anything else. So I think we need a map. I get a map and you start looking into things like vampires. Undead. That's the only thing that you're happy to surprise is vampires and undead. Except for that one time with Aldana. He had some really weird things that were not that. Which, by the way, I still don't know that.
Did what?
That whole thing with Aldana, he lived.
Oh! Luck.
Yeah, I can do that. That's all you are a very lucky person.
I just, you know,
In our game.
maybe use this one. Or the resonance. So just, you know, whichever one you're using, where you can roll randomly for it. He was asking which chart I was using for the random shit going down in this realm's effect. So I was pointing out which chart I was using.
No, I said I thought I had it right for a little bit.
Oh. Don't think so?
It might have been me all talking over you.
I think that was me whispering.
Do you have any other suggestions besides get a map and start trying to figure out where undead have been?
Well, I mean, we could try getting a map. We could ask around, see if vampires are a known quantity here, or maybe there's a giant evil castle, because in my experience, vampires tend to hang out in giant evil castles. They're very vain that way. Very vain about their castles.
Yeah. Yeah, not wrong on that one. I mean, look at what
Nobody?
did in,
David got it.
Oh, I got it. I was trying to acknowledge it immediately. I was trying so hard. Yeah, some abandoned castle. Well, it wouldn't be abandoned.
That's it. Maybe abandoned, maybe not. Just, you know, I was like, are there any like major castles or you know, other sites around here? Because this, as I was, because as I understand it, at least, this place used to be part of what became the Republic. So I imagine there's a few keeps or castles or other, you know, large places around here that he might have holed up in.
Sorry, you must have moved on.
Yeah.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Yes. Alright, so something about castles. Since we're looking for castles because we're looking for...
We're trying to find a place to start looking for Matthias. So Eric suggested finding a map or asking around about undead. I was like, yeah, we can ask around about undead. We can ask around about major places. You know, like, you know, castles and stuff. Because, you know, vampires like hiding out in castles. They're very vain that way. Vain about their castles.
Okay, do we know where, like, anyone can give us, like, you know, who can book vacation travel packages? And then, you know...
Well,
we haven't talked to anybody yet, so I imagine we'd have to go around and ask about that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's talking to a bartender who mentioned that they believe Electrum is cursed.
Yeah, that's all we know so far is they hate Electrum.
And he recommended that Kriv get talismans of good fortune from Lasat of the Vistani Caravan west of the walls.
Okay, let's see. I think I might be able to help find thingamajig. Let me see. Look up a spell.
You would be able to remove curse. The issue is you have to be able to identify that it's cursed. And that's what they believe. We've had this like before we began here.
I'd say it's a cultural. Sounds like it's a cultural bias against Electrum, not that it's actually cursed.
Because even outside of this land, people don't like Electrum because Electrum is weird. People don't like to do that. Here, it's a bit more stigmatized. Weirdly enough.
If
It
you want
sounds
to,
like it could have been used by people who are not good.
Okay.
It's the cultural significance of luck.
I guess rolling up to technically qualify for this, I would assume. Would legend lore help with this?
legend lore. Isn't that the thing where if it exists in a book?
Yeah.
Legend lore, name or describe person, place, or objects. Lore might consist of current tales, forgotten stories, or even secret lore that has never been widely known.
Sure.
I mean, you can roll it. I feel like it's overkill, but
Yeah, you can.
It feels like a little bit overkill for a lore explanation of why no one likes to use Electro.
What? That's not about fast.
oh, so Brian wants to use try and use legend lore to bypass the adventure. Got it.
No, I'm assuming I'm not going to find out where it is anyway. This isn't going to be like Star Trek thing. I mean Star Wars thing.
Want to bet?
That's exactly how legend lore works.
That's it.
But it says the more information you have about it, the more you get. We don't know shit about it. So.
What are you talking about? If you look in the handouts, there was an entire handout that basically gives you his entire backstory.
Well, yes, but we don't know anything about where he lives.
We know his entire life story. We know his background. We literally have Kodo who worked with him for centuries.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but we don't know what he lived. And I thought the idea was to find out where he lived. And I was like, legend lore, maybe he has something about some vague description of a castle that we might start being able to look for. That's what I was thinking. Not pinpoint him on a map.
But that's the thing. We know so much information about him. And the fact that he got stuck here means that there's literally the only thing we don't know about him is where he's at currently. And legend lore would literally be able to point exactly he's at Castle Biggie.
Would it do that?
Yes. Well, I mean, it would tell you that he is known to have lived at this castle. And then you would have the name of the castle to ask people. And I think it would get. I'm not sure how legend lore would work in terms of a map.
We wouldn't have a map.
It would probably give you like it was located in this forest near these mountains.
Well, since it looks through documents and stuff like that, yeah, I imagine it would give you like if it was written that it's past the Northern Veil kind of thing.
Right, that's what I mean. So it's like it would give us like landmarks.
Yeah, we would know a general landmark area. We wouldn't have like a little map.
But okay, so it wouldn't break the adventure. It would just give us more informed landmarks to ask about for directions.
It would have basically cut 90% of the investigation.
I will not stop you from doing this, if you wish to do it.
We are investments after all. We might want to have a consideration about that.
Yeah, I'm like, I was just trying to get like a little bit of information because I've used legend lore in the past and it didn't give me that much. So that's why I was like, okay, give me a little bit of information.
Well, again, we know more about this than we have when other people think about things that other people have used legend lore on.
Yeah, we actually use it on the flyers with how much we know about the flyers, courtesy literally to look at the way you experience everything from the past generations and how they live in relic that they work with them. Dear Lord, it basically almost be like we prescribe.
Okay. I mean,
Buy some dark troopers.
Technically an option because, if I recall correctly, you can scry a location based on a person.
You can scry a location or scry a person, yeah. If you scry a person, you only see 10 feet around them. So it may or may not be helpful.
And I was also halfway expecting it to not fully work because something in the mist.
Well, as you know, rolling anything in the mist invokes the potential wrath of the mist.
Yeah, so that's why I was like, oh, you want to learn about the mist? And the mist was like, how dare you, wrong. So,
well, you're not wanting to learn about the mist, you want to learn about somebody in the mist.
Yeah, but technically at this point, he almost is the mist.
No, he is not.
I don't think he's in Infinite Zamasu. I don't think he's in Infinite Zamasu.
No, it's like he just lives here. He just happens to have been at Ground Zero.
He just happens to be a victim of what happened. And in the process of trying to do his revenge arc, he also needs to get out of here, which was why we ended up dealing with him.
Hasn't he been here for like centuries?
He's been here for more than 1,000 years because the Mistlands are 1,000 years old.
Okay, so wait, he's been here for 1,000 years. He hasn't figured out how to manipulate it yet.
Don't know that.
That's what I'm saying. I was like, I'm half expecting him to do some sort of mist-based attack or something.
That's not how the Mistlands work, dude.
I don't know how you design the boss.
He is not a Dreadlord or Ravenloft in that he has control over his realm. He is just trapped here like everybody else.
So he's just so he is just like a regular asshole who's just here.
Yeah.
Well, I'll also recall that, and Tristan, correct me if I'm wrong, this isn't actually the Ravenloft dimension.
Right. It's just that was the inspiration for.
That's why I was under the impression that this might actually be like malleable a bit.
No, because remember he was saying the whole point of him needing the orbs was part of what he needed the orbs for was to get out because you guys needed them to get in.
Oh yeah, I think I knew he couldn't leave, but I figured that he was like, oh, I can't leave, but maybe I can control small portions of whatever's here.
No, it's like nobody can. The whole point of being able to manipulate reality requires the orbs or 9th level magic.
And currently we have both.
Okay. No, so yeah, I remember him being trapped here and stuff, but I guess I was just kind of like, oh, maybe he's been here a long time, like he's been here for a while, maybe he's picked up a trick or two.
Maybe if he was a caster.
I'm not saying nothing major, but I thought they could like maybe do like one or two like weird tricks with it since he's been here for so long.
Like I said, maybe if he was a caster.
He's not a caster. What's the issue?
Because manipulating reality generally requires magic. So maybe Velgana can manipulate the mists. Maybe.
Damn it, Brian, don't give him ideas.
It's too late, we gotta hurry finish the game before David and Tristan rewrite the villain.
I already rebuilt the villain because you guys got way too overpowered for him.
But, so are you still going to use Legend Lore?
The current plan to find his castle is to ask around, correct?
Well, that was the idea. If you want to use Legend Lore to help us get some informed landmarks, that probably would be fine.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. I wasn't trying to pinpoint the castle, I was just trying to get like ideas of what it looks like. Because we don't have much to go off of, so I'm not going to have much info to begin with.
I was just going to ask around about old spooky castles and shit.
And I was going to get a map
I was just going to ask around about old spooky castles and shit.
Yeah, I just kind of assumed that everything here in this looks spooky, because everything from across so far looks spooky.
Well, I mean, they're spooky to us, and then they're spooky to them, was my thoughts. Like, they live here, so I was like, is there something that particularly stands out as, like, extra spooky, or, has, like, bad legends around it about people go in and they don't come out type shit?
You said that about the Jurassic Park, yeah?
Yeah.
At this point during At this point during your conversations, a number of patrons have finished their meals and left. You're not the only ones here, but the breakfast population is beginning to dwindle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I will go ahead and spend about 10 minutes to see if I can come up with anything.
Okay. And specifically, you're using Legend Lore to, basically Legend Lore. Tell me about Matthias's castle. Kind of intense.
To get magic to at least where he lives, he really lives in a castle. He lives in a dungeon or a manor. We would assume a castle, but
Okay. Well, I'm just saying castle just because he's super old and seems really powerful.
And while he's doing that, I'm going to lean on my vampire, hunter back round to basically do some gather information to get a lay of the land in terms of like asking about land, like sites, landmarks, terrain features, stuff that he knows vampire type creatures usually like hanging out, so they might be places to start looking.
Okay.
Without being as obvious, without necessarily asking like, "Hey, do vampires?" Just like it's like okay, I know they tend to like these places. Is there anything that matches this description nearby? Type.
Okay. Investigation from you, Kriv. How about you?
I am going to procure a map of the region that is detailed enough to note most notable landmarks and, like a relatively.
Okay. Since it sounds like you're wanting something a bit more than just like ramshackle basic, could I get an investigation roll from you as well with the idea of trying to seek out a map or a cartographer of quality? In the case of you, Tibbs, can I get an Arcana roll from you?
Good. Alright, if someone can roll me a d12, and I will roll the rest of it.
/roll 1d12
So 17 on mine.
plus 7.
24.
You feel knowledge mystically approaching you from the standpoint of you can kind of feel that knowledge is being drawn to you. Once it reaches you, you will find that large sections of this information that you are receiving mentally is in the mental equivalent of wingdings. Like there's still words like like occasionally there's a the and there's like some other information, but relevant information or things approaching relevant information appears to be mentally wingdings. With your Arcana roll, you can determine that it is that either there is a wonky thing with it just being the mists, or Matthias has set up, likely through a lackey, protections against divination, of which legend lore is a divination spells.
So, except protection from divination. Okay.
Oh, he has one of those.
That's cool.
Yeah, it looks like divination spell, so that works. Damn it.
That's cool. That actually makes perfect sense.
I am sad. Drink. Decided to explode.
Oh no! In which case, I was about to.
Laughing, looking at this morning, if we got like being updated. It is my game is
Well, I was gonna flip over to you, but I'll let you clean that up. Looking for maps, or quality maps. You wander around, you talk to a few people, you go into a few shops.
That's it. I can't hear you over Brian's car.
Sorry, 1 second.
Thank you, Brian.
You
just the car might be bad.
speak to people, go into a few shops, trying to pin down quality stuff. Some people have like some local area maps, like the city and a little bit around. Well, is it town? The town was it town or city?
This was town.
Town. Okay, like the town and a little bit around the town, which has like some basic landmark kind of information, points of interest kind of information. But amongst one of the people you spoke to was a an older shopkeep that recommended for you to either find either find a retired freelancer in town, as according to the old man there are a few individuals who have had the adventurous life and just decided to settle down. They might have a nice cache of maps that you might be able to barter, or if there are any around, if you can find a Vistani or a Vistani caravan, given they are extensive travelers, they may either have maps or be able to just give you directions or descriptions of the surrounding area and act as a guide.
Well, we were referred to a caravan.
And I'm on the western side, they came from the southern side, so that works.
In terms of you, Kenshi, you're asking around about basically kind of spooky places.
Yeah, he's trying to narrow down, based on his knowledge of these types of creatures, trying to narrow down places where they might be hiding out. Get an idea of the local area.
Okay. There is. Excuse me. There is the Baron Cemetery. Baron, as in it's a name, it's not a title.
Mm-hmm.
That is approximately 3 hours walk southwest from here. The person that you are speaking to recommends that unless you are some kind of exorcist that has not been driven. Excuse me. That has not been driven unchained by prior purification attempts, that you shouldn't go here.
Mm-hmm.
There are rumors of like blood-sucking soil, like the ground will draw blood out of you. Some other people have also mentioned that this place has mentioned it's called the Baron Cemetery. It's more of a colloquial name, because what it actually is a area that was a large battlefield that had things like burial pits, or in some cases not even that, and that it can be a fostering for people into that attempt to delve into dark magics, or just a generally breeding ground for various kinds of undead and unsavory things. It must not be that active, because this town, being 3 hours away, hasn't been overrun by anything.
Yeah.
But that's just kind of the what people are regarding it as. You also get that there is a nearby. Well, I say nearby. It's about half a day ish away if you have any mounts. So it's about half a day's ride away. There is a kind of dilapidated castle that well, how it's regarded around here is that it is a cursed place. It's said that excuse me, corruption has lingered there from long ago, and people who go there risk being trapped within its walls.
That certainly sounds interesting. We will make notes of all of this stuff so that when I run into Kriv with the map you want to go by, I can put it on the map.
Excuse me. A few people you talk to imply that this place has a fair amount of history to it, but as the people you're talking to aren't necessarily elders, they don't know, nor do they care to know, because no one here plans on visiting there because they don't want to, quote, never come back. If you ask about the entire thing of, well, if there's no survivors, how do you know? Then what you'll get back from the few people who do have an answer to this, because most people will be like, I don't know if that's what I heard, but the people who do have an answer to that is like, you know, people between like 30 or 40 years ago tried to go in and tried to do the smart thing of send in a scout, and the scout didn't come back. So they sent someone to go in after the scout. That person didn't come back, and then eventually, when it gets down to the last person, they nope out.
Yeah, we just stop at some point.
Yeah, and after a number of times of that happening, that's when it became, people just don't. There's a risk you just won't come back.
Yeah.
So let's not visit there. Let's see, you did roll a 22. So, given. Yep. So that's kind of information that you're getting. Before I go back to Kriv, is Tibbs wanting to try another method? Since again, with how the information was coming back to you and your knowledge of the arcane, you're pretty sure that either him, the area he's in, something about this request has been shielded by some sort of like scry guard kind of magic.
No, I'm good. I just figured it was a shot.
It was a good thought. Okay.
I figured that might be something that I was like, it doesn't make sense for him to not have it, but for shot to see if, he wasn't smart enough to actually do it.
Oh, the interesting thing about legend lore is if you can be creative with the information you're requesting, you might be able to get around it.
Yeah, to look at the muscle. But I think depending on what it is, if I use legend where I was supposed to describe, ask for a description around said castle, depending, I think one of the things in legend lore is unless there's something specifically important about it, or something that could be as a part of the legend. Not part of the legend of it, then they're it's count.
Yeah, kind of like if no one important died on that nearby hill, the legend lore's not going to give you anything.
So it's hey, there's a rock behind the castle, but nobody wants to talk about the rock. So it's like we're not going to talk about that. So.
Okay.
I didn't realize how that sounded. Oh my god. Shit. That's terrible. Inadvertent. Okay.
Okay. Then Kriv. Unless you want to come up with a hidden third option, do you want to pursue either side of the shopkeep's advice?
Ryan, your mic.
Just so you know, Baron, you are muted due to mic. Kriv, unless there's going to be a hidden third option that you want to derive, do you want to pursue either one of the recommendations from the shopkeep? Though the shopkeep wouldn't mind you just buying his maps anyway, but they would only do you limited good.
I mean, maps are maps.
It's giving more like terrain and a few places of interest for this place.
That's at least a place to start, yeah.
Right.
I will get a normal map of the region.
Well, again, the maps this guy is selling is the town and nearby areas.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for. I'll take one of those.
Right. That'll be. Sorry, go on.
Go to the caravan midwell.
Okay. It's going to be 7 silver for the map.
Okay.
And you're going to head towards the is the caravan past the west wall?
Yes. I'm gonna head that way.
Yeah. Okay, heading that way. Though he says west wall, it's not exactly the best wall. There's cracks, and the defendability of the wall appears to be hampered by either lack of maintenance or lack of supplies for maintenance, which is effectively the same thing.
Questionable at best. Got it.
Yeah. The west wall looks has a bit of a ramshackle gate that will have written in common over it. Westgate closed due to repair, though there is a single person there with a slung light crossbow and a sheath longsword and it looks like silver-studded leather armor. You just kind of standing there occasionally, looking at people who get close by, just because it's something to do. The woman looks a bit bored.
I was going to ask him if there was a close way to get around the repair work. And if he answers, yeah, I'll just start with that first.
Oh, you certainly know. You must be from outside the town if you're not just walking by. Well, I could get you around some of the repair. It'd be a little dangerous. If you're not careful, you might get. Well, you have scales, so you might not get nicked. But I'd suggest going either to the south or the east gate if you're wanting to find a more reasonable time getting out of town.
I'm just trying to talk to the caravan that's on this side over here.
We're not talking to the Vistani caravan?
Yes.
Why would you want to do that?
I need a very detailed map, and I've heard that they have those.
I'm sure they do. Listen. You must not have run into many Vistani. We get them around here sometimes because the town has a few good things every now and again. But there are people you may not want to get entangled with. Jorn the blacksmith from four towns north. You know about him?
I'm just going to shake my head.
Okay. If you're not too careful, and she's like looking at you, like she's clearly trying to find something that she can like make a reference out of, so you didn't know the reference she was going to go with. Okay. The fire or whatever that you probably breathe out. I take it you wouldn't want that changing?
Those people are interestingly weird. Got it.
No, it's a bad thing.
I understand your intent. I appreciate your concern. But sadly, it's important that I get a detailed map so I can figure out where I need to go. To get a map for my cowboys.
Okay. Going through the right side of the gatehouse. Take a right, a left, and then another right, then go straight.
It sounds like the gatehouse has collapsed, and you're trying to repair that. Would it just be easier if I just climb the wall? I can quite capably go over the wall. If you're all not concerned about that.
Oh, that'd be a neat trick.
That sounds like
she'll take a few steps to the side and lean on a posting for a fence, but no fence around it, to get a kind of side look at the wall. And we should go ahead. I want to see this.
Let's see how tall is the wall.
The wall is 35 to 60 feet, depending on the portion you're looking at.
Cool. I already have 50 feet movement, so I'm just going to normal dash and monk shenanigans up the wall, and then do like a acrobatic toe leap. And then go land on the other side, because that's less than 70 feet. You literally can't do damage to me.
Okay.
But it's not going to be able to do anything.
With that, after you do that, you will hear gloved clapping from the other side of the ramshackled ruined gate. And when I say gate, it's more like a ruined portcullis at this point.
Okay.
Now that was the best thing I've seen all month.
Well, you'll see the return trip hopefully shortly.
Yeah, if they don't turn your scales into feathers. I should have said that!
Okay. I'll see things with the caravan. You probably shouldn't be too far away and notice we do this.
Yeah, no, it's about 700 feet away. You can see a few colorful not carriages, wagons, carts, things like that. A group of people is around that you can see as shuffling around. As you approach, Kenshi is with this information. Is there anything extra you're wanting to do, or you're wanting to find one of the two others to meet up with?
Once I'm done, doing my intel gathering, yeah, we're gonna track down the rest of the party.
Okay. Is there a particular person you want to track down first?
Not particularly, just whichever one I happen to come across first. I think I'm not too worried about finding one over the other.
Okay.
Well, kids probably stuck in because all you did was you kept everything failed.
Yeah. You meet up with Tibbs then, given Crib's current shift.
Okay. Any word from Tib? Not Tib. Any word from Crib?
Nothing. I haven't actually gone looking for him.
Okay. Well, we will, I guess, wait for him to come to us then. Otherwise, we're just wandering around town aimlessly. And we're more likely to miss each other. First rule of getting separated is don't move.
Yeah, and we agreed to go back once we got there.
Yeah, so the inn's as good a place as any. Just
Okay.
rendezvous.
I mean, you want to try to find me, it's fine too. I'm pretty sure I'm very distinguishable from everyone else.
Oh, I'm sure I could, but I'm lazy, and this is, or rather, I'm feeling lazy, and there's no reason to make extra work for myself.
Gonna buy a drink.
Oh yeah, definitely my drink. That's,
Okay, good. I did when you're just standing there.
No. You grab a table and a drink, and I was like, okay, with.
Cat talking to a cat.
I was seriously thinking about
like
saying.
two cats walk into a tavern. Yeah, this is,
I was just thinking about saying, you want to buy some milk for your cat? It's like, both of those don't sound good.
Actually, just because I would have thought of this, because you're dividing into two, I would have at least been smart enough to photo along.
What?
Just so that we're completely separated. I might be willing to step out of the city, go to the caravan that's right next to the town. I shouldn't be completely alone.
Yep. Kodo won't be as fancy as what you did. He'll just teleport past the broken gate because you can see through it. You just can't. It can't lift or anything. So. Okay. In that case, the two of you approach a group of looks like dozen and a half wagons, carts of various sizes and configurations. There are tables set out where food is now being withdrawn from and replaced with more snacking kind of items versus the clear, hearty breakfast that was on the table the people around here are of various kinds, all dressed in multicolored garbs, usually of a brighter hue. So reds, yellows, blues, other popping colors. Some people have hats with feathers in them. The only remains of breakfast at this point are a group of kids that must have come late to the to the initial food call, and there's some people batting them away. It's like, no, you don't get these snacks until you finish your food. It is not obscured that your Kodo's approach was noticed, as people clearly look over in your direction for a moment, and when it's clear that you're not just going to move by their group. Mid-20s individual will approach you, adorned in primarily like royal purples and reds, with strange shoes. The toes curl and have a palm at the end of them, like a fuzzy palm.
What do they look like?
What they were? I don't have a picture of this.
No, I'm trying to picture this. Like, do they look like an old person with animal feet?
No, it's fancy shoes. It's fancy shoes. The toes are toe portions are extended and curl and end in a little soft pom pom.
Yeah. But he still looks like a normal person.
Looks to be short for you. Looks to be 5'7". Looks to be 5'7". Tan skin, a few indications of healed burns. Whether there's any other anatomy like pointed ears or anything like that is covered by clothing and or a hat. Though there is some chestnut brown hair poking out of the hat. So I see we've drawn your interest.
You've heard that they have very good maps of the region.
Oh. He'll slightly turn to the side to announce to the group, Hey, someone wants to see us for maps. There'll be a mixed response of some people just not responding to him. Others are going, Oh, great. And they'll look at, Are you sure they don't want a fortune? And some other people will have a few other responses that that indicate that since you're not here to be a dick, they are. There's a few calls of like other services, like again fortune telling, some goods from afar. You're even offered some of the snacks by some of the people that are just nearby, not directly the person person you're talking to, and the person that you were talking to, the tan one with some bird marks. So he said maps. There'll be a few. Then they'll turn your attention back to you. Yes. We do have. We have some maps from the west. some maps from the north. A little bit from the east. Tried to avoid the malcontent mortally challenged over in that area.
Malcontent mortally challenged? Do you mean like undead?
Or some people that have opted to become that. While we enjoy traveling, we also enjoy living. So we only have a little bit of information about that area, which I'm sure someone around here knows more about that than I do, since we do have a few extra brave people here. But yes, maps. Any particular area that you were wanting?
I could say I'll take them all. But before I do that, I was trying to get some of my companions getting more information about other things related to why I'm getting these maps.
Okay, I'll have a seat.
If you're fine with waiting for a little bit, I can give you more concrete answers.
More people. Okay, yeah. What kind of people are you bringing to our caravan?
I'm just gonna look at Kono.
Kono, look back at you. What? So,
you have like the fox ears,
some cool cats.
Like my companion right here.
The guy will look. The Vistani will look at him for a second, kind of like see. Yokai, you said. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. As long as they're willing to talk about their what I hope are long histories, yes, feel free to bring them along, or bring them in. There'll be a shout from the crowd, northeasternish from the person you're talking to. Do we need the big balls? For your yokai friends, do we need the big balls?
I was going to stick your look at Kono, hoping he makes a decision.
Kono looks not really insulted, but like a kind of dad joke level has been said. He's like, oh.
That's what I was like. I can understand why Gar said it, but he said it now.
Regular bowls would be fine. Thank you, Kodo. Kodo kind of yelled back to make sure the person hears him. Oh! I was hoping to... I made a lot of these! Another one I'll call over. Alon! No one in this area wants them that size! And in the background, there'll be a little bit of a back and forth about that. But the Tanvasani will just take a seat at the long table that during the course of the talking has been like off and separated a bit, so it's more of an extended picnic table size at this point, with the other sections being set up in different areas as people are starting to put up wares and things like that, setting up stalls. And sitting at the table with the snacks is again the tan Vistani. Bring them in so we won't have to repeat ourselves when we can get all the information up front.
We'll do that. I'm just going to take that along. Saying that he was mildly indignant. I think you're going to have a good time.
Since you're dealing with the Vistani, I can lose the general music.
Don't need a great cut
I think these people will be just fine. Just fine.
It seems your humor has taken a hit lately.
I don't like this place. And I don't mean like I don't like Corvus or the Solstice. I mean, this place just doesn't feel natural, doesn't feel right.
Pretty sure it affects you more than it does like when you're kids. But yeah, it's kind of why we're here with Illusions for Reality to fix this.
Yeah.
Hopefully fix it. The process of dealing with bias.
Yeah. Well, yeah, once that gets done, hopefully things will feel a bit better. So I guess we'll return to the inn to find Tibbs and Kenshi.
Yes. I will just inform them that the character might have the maps we need, but that the eastern region of this region tends to be full of things mortally challenged.
Yeah, I'd heard something about mortally challenged. Can I see your? Did you get your maps?
No, I didn't know if that was what we needed exactly. I was going to try to get more information from you. We can go back and get the maps.
Okay, let's say because I was going to make some notes based on the information I learned, so we had a better idea of who, what, when, where.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was trying to do. That way we don't just spend map excessive money on getting maps we're not going to need. Because they have detailed maps. Outside of the east.
Coda will comment. I'd just be careful that they don't turn us into a petting zoo.
Is that really a risk?
Maybe.
Poor Coda over here. He was stuck with the souls, and they said that they're going to get the large bowls for y'all. Oh, that's great. Mildly insulting, but it's hilarious. So it's an essential bunch of gypsies.
That wouldn't be my first time hanging out with the free folk.
I'm surprised that there are free folk in this area. Given the whole, they literally destroyed the orb of despair that caused this place to exist.
Well, they may be the last vestiges. There's always the exception of the rule, right?
True. Very true.
Unless there's anything else, I think you guys are gonna head on back.
That was the idea, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that is the idea.
All right. Whether through hopping the west wall or going through one of the main gates, you'll be able to make your way over. By the time you get there, you'll be able to see the caravan from actually a bit further away. As soon as the wall is not blocking your vision, depending on the route that you're going, you'll see that some poles have been set up with strings that have stubby, not super long, banners on them of various emblems. For anyone that has proficiency in history, you'll be able to recognize some of the banners as being from from powers that no longer exist. But they tend to have kind of fancy or ornate designs on them. There will be a separate pair of posts set up that says trade or welcome in various languages. It like the banners. This appears to have been handmade, except for the poles. The poles were probably bought from somewhere.
Koto.
Yeah.
Basically, museum. You know any of those flags?
Let's see.
It's like your living museum heard.
Oh, sure.
And the living museum.
Yeah, I know, almost all of them. Some of them, the ones I don't recognize, are probably, developments that have happened since the mists misted here. Do you want me to go into all of them?
Any of them interesting?
To me, I don't know about to you. The green one with the golden jeweled eye, excuse me, had what would you call them? I know it's going to be trivial to you now, but it was innovative back then. They're like muscle powered automatons, but they use 2 wheels and a seat. He's describing a bike. And well, I do know. I'm not even going to pretend. Their warriors were cross-trained in magic and would like to come in as domesticated felines for ambushes.
So they were mages that were rangers. What?
Well, I mean, at that point, if you can shapeshift from a domestic cat into an armored warrior, I don't think it matters whether you're a ranger or not.
Yeah.
They shapeshifted from cats into armored warriors. That's what it is. I didn't quite catch that.
Yeah, they would infiltrate an area under the guise of strays, and then ambush people and take territory that way. It got people real paranoid. Unless you were me.
So they basically just call you. Got it.
Yeah. I mean, there's other oddities about that place too, but I mean, if I talk about all these things, it's going to be a month.
Don't worry, you don't need that much. I just wanted to know anything was notable. That's all these are pretty cool. These people are probably descended from those area people. They might have some interesting things. Or techniques to share. And after all, because it's a living museum, you actually might be okay with this escort.
Oh, aside from that really lame joke, these people are fine. This area is getting to me.
Lame joke? Which one was lame? What they said, or what I just said?
What they said.
Wait, so you're acknowledging that you're living museum? Oh my god.
What? No, the bowl thing. The bowl thing was a lame joke.
You're slowly accepting horrible dad jokes.
As you guys enter, there will be a near immediate shout. Not just one shout, multiple shouts. Kitty!
Ow!
As about 7, unless you care to count, it is 7. Kids of around 7 are dashing towards Tibbs.
I will put Tibbs on my shoulder. Because he's like a small dog-sized cat. I'm pretty sure you appreciate that over being horribly hampered by a bunch of kids.
So these group of kids.
You can have fun and mess But if that's the case, you sit down
some of them immediately when you hit the ground, some of them immediately go to pet you. Others are offering you dry, preserved fish bits, like they were preserved and meant to be cooked a little bit later.
I will hold up a call to them. There is no need, children. I come to bring you
They gasp at the fact that you're talking.
Yes. Well. Hello, children. How are you doing today?
There's a mixture of expressions when one will look up at you, Kriv, unless you've walked off. How are you making the cat talk, mister?
Actually, it's a hilarious thing. I make myself talk.
The kid will lean forward looking at you. You're lying?
I'm gonna kind of reach forward, just kind of lean forward, and just boop them on the no.
I will chuckle as this happens. And you say, unfortunately, no. I am not making him do anything. He is just a very interesting cat. I cannot claim credit for the fact that he is sentient and sapient.
They seem confused at those big words you're using, but they'll nod anyway.
I used to be a regular house cat until I was awakened by strange and magical beings.
Until the Fire Nation attacked.
Cats are here.
I wield the great magic of the gods.
The kids will sit down as and look at you expectantly, because it sounds like you're about to go into a story. They appear to be used to the idea of like orators, so
On
So-
history, as history is passed down, speech in the lands of the Greek oak.
are you wanting to kind of hang with the kids for a little bit?
Oh yeah. Totally.
Right. Well, while you're doing that, or Kenshi Kriv.
I will continue so once I make sure that the kids aren't going to just sit there and be like the poorly clean kids, the pets. You know what I'm talking about?
Seemingly because he's telling a story, they are. Some are squirming, but they're trying to maintain a composure. It's clear that when it's story time, you better pay attention unless it's bedtime, in which case you can try to sleep.
I will make it more interesting by using thaumaturgy and I will use it to make my voice louder so that all the kids can hear. I will also, using that, will use ventriloquist to change my voice and actually kind of throw it across the room to make it sound like there are other characters in the story that are talking as well.
I will say that's not a room. We're literally around a caravan.
Okay, well, still, gonna. It just kind of want sounds to, originate from not me to make it sound like other voices are talking. Use that ventriloquist for that.
Oh yeah.
And I currently says I can cast this spell multiple times, up to 3 of these effects running at once.
Nice. I've
Are there windows in here?
Oh, it's it's just a number of carts and wagons, in an area, and stalls and stuff have been set up. So you're in a field that has some trees in it, and of course the city, you can see the wall from here. Considering it's still the morning, there's not a need.
Okay, cool. Then I will go ahead and I'll just use like the voice. I'll use like a slight rumbling in the ground, and I will also cause some of the window shutters to the wagon just kind of fly open and shut and stuff like that. Ooh. This kind of tell I'm going to tell a story of our heroism.
Okay.
Or at least I'll say one of our stories, but kind of glorify us as a group of amazing heroes, but make them seem kind of similar to us, but not us, so that hopefully these kids can tell our story better.
Okay. Roll me performance at advantage. I've also tacked on some extra wholesome XP.
Fairly decent. Alright. Yes, that's about right. No,
I'm just remembering the scene for the gift.
Okay, Valvera.
That's exactly what I was giving out.
That one is over my head.
Really? Return of the Jedi, 3PO talking to the Ewoks, recapping the entire trilogy.
What's happening?
You don't remember him recapping the trilogy to the Ewoks, and then they're like, "Yeah, I told them our backstory. We're now part of the tribe."
I sadly. I know that happened, so that's how they got the walks to work with them.
It's one of the few times 3PO is actually useful in the series.
Exactly, I remember that happened.
The children are thoroughly impressed. So impressed, in fact, that
That's actually really good.
so impressed, in fact, that they're not sure where some of these bags of snack-sized, cut up sized vegetables and heated corn came from. You, however, do, because you're not as enraptured in your own story. One of the adult Vistani came around, clearly hearing the story you were telling, and put little snack bags in either next to the kids or in the kids' laps, depending on the facing. And the kids didn't notice because they were paying attention to this theatrical display. While the most adorable theater is going on, Kriv, you'll find the Tan Vasani still sitting at the, again, large picture-sized table that he was before. It was in a different spot, so clearly he did something else and just came back to it when you were gone getting your comrades. Are these the friends that you were talking about?
I certainly hope so, unless he's made other friends since me.
Yes, this is the friend I was talking about. But sadly, our other companions entertaining the kids.
Oh no, that's great.
I'm not sure why that's a sadly. Yeah, that's.
Oh, he could be part of this, so it's their thanks, but he is at least entertaining the kid. I mean, he looks like he's enjoying it.
This is the way.
The children are our future.
So I heard you wanted some detailed maps, and there may have been some extra information that could facilitate more specific maps, perhaps.
Yeah. We're on the hunt for a particularly vicious undead of the life-sucking vampiric variety.
Okay.
So we are trying to figure out where they may or may not be hiding out. I know traditionally these guys things like hanging out in castles, keeps, other ancient spooky structures. Because they don't like wallowing caves; they like living somewhat opulently. So anything you might have on abandoned or even old legends, myths, spooky stories about castles, keeps, mansions. Would certainly be helpful. I mean, if you happen to know specific places, that'd be even better.
But there are a number. But in terms of around here, there is a dilapidated castle. It looks like he was about to say where it was, but then says nearby.
I respect that.
That at least according to the histories that we're aware of, at one point, maybe even now, holds knights of good, probably even a small band that go around and, much like our fair group, except more armored, so brings some relief to the places they pass by before returning. However, because it is history, we have we have sent one of our own a day or so ago to acquire even more information about this place. They have yet to return, but when they do, I'm sure there'll be even more information that could certainly be shared about it. And I'll take away some of the vagaries now. This dilapidated castle has been known to be cursed. You may have heard of it, depending on who in town you talk to. I believe the town here is under the thought that if you go in, you may never return.
I've heard that mentioned about a few places.
But in this particular case, many of us here believe that these Knights of Good have allowed some people to stockpile items, so people go there, take things, and just don't come back to do their riches. There'll be a voice from a rather emerald-dressed Vistani that approaches. Lad, are you telling people about those treasures again? And this this somewhat thin male will sit down next to Lynn. There's a few things that my buddy Len here isn't telling you. Not for any malicious reasons, of course. As he says this, there will be a deck of ornate cards that are loose or not in the case that he's strumming with a single hand on the table suggestively.
Insight check to figure out what the fuck they're trying to be so suggestive about?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's
because that could be, I want to challenge you to a children's card game for the information. Like,
that is so many things with confusion. I need to get insight, that's for sure.
Yep. Feel free to make insight.
Making sure I don't have anything weird that affects this, since they're not, their vagueness is not pertaining to undead and other, weird shenanigans. That definitely does not apply. My cape's ability to eat things does not apply. Blade beam totally applies. That's not great.
Technically, I don't think anything stops you from doing that.
I don't know if you'd actually be close enough here and paying attention to what you're doing.
That's like, given that you're dealing with the kids and everything, not sure if you're,
No. So when you had jokingly said late beam, I was like, I don't think that's the problem. No.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Whew, crib that insight. Considering there's not very many layers of this, but both of you will be able to tell that these cards are a part of some form of service that the emerald wearing individual can provide, and is effectively going, we could give you more information if you want to, partake in, in these cards. Now, since you are doing this inside and kind of, I suppose actually kind of looking at them, you do recognize them as Taroka cards.
That's what I thought. Just in case, depending on how you want to handle this.
Trish, this is more of a Ladrina White question for you.
If you're feeling really snazzy, I actually have virtual Taroka cards that I've been using in Ravenloft.
Are they? Would this have been? I take it. You're not being super specific with these. These are Ladrina wide versus Mistland specific.
They may, depending on where you are, may go by different names, but the idea of the Taroka, tarot, not whatever the fuck you want to call it, deck, shows up in multiple places in multiple cultures. So
okay.
So sort of the idea, and well, not necessarily the Vistani specifically, but you might like the Wood Elves, which are the Dalish analog from Dragon Age, have a version that they use with their traveling.
These are tarot cards.
Yeah.
Just call them the normal things like an extended translation.
Well, Taroka is the D&D copyrighted version. Pathfinder has Haro, D&D has Taroka.
Okay, that's the other term I was thinking of, and I was like, no, that's wrong here.
Because tarot is a specific, it's like bandage and band-aid. Tarot is a specific.
No, I understand that part.
Yeah. It's basically it's a fantasy tarot deck.
Yeah, and I was going to describe it that way. I just wasn't sure if in Ladrina, outside of the tarot is very specific to.
Yeah, again, it goes by different names depending on where you are, but the idea of them.
Yeah. So the crew would recognize them as obviously not the Republic iteration, but a form of fortune telling cards, a form of tarot cards.
It's less divided by country and more divided by culture or species or race. So, but yeah, that's a fair.
Yeah. Okay.
It's one of several accepted forms of divination.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't.
It sounds neat and everything, but I'll leave that to the yokai group.
Not sure why you're leaving it to us.
Try to get you to be involved in that a little bit more.
I mean, I've been involved. I've been doing stuff. I'm just saying you don't have to, give up agency just playing now.
Oh no, it's not that I'm going to give up agency.
Because I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I've intentionally not looked at the adventures David runs just so that kind of shit doesn't happen.
No, I understand that. And what I mean by yokai do it, because I expect the yokai to know a little bit more than I do.
I
don't know shit about tarot cards at all in the iteration. I don't try to know it, to be honest.
As I imagine the character, given his background, has limited experience. He's probably seen them before, but
I know what they are.
But acknowledges that some people actually know what the fuck they're doing with them, and some people don't. All right, I assume that's not going to come free with how you're handling them.
You'd be quite correct.
So what's the going rate for a reading around here?
Do we really need it?
I mean, we're flying blind. Every little bit helps.
That's fair.
The Emerald one is a. I'll call you about the same thing when Len, the tan one, will speak up. That'd be 10 silver for my friend's services and the information.
And what about these maps? We haven't actually talked about the maps yet.
I believe you said you wanted to buy all of them, right?
I was considering it, yes, but I want to make sure that we get the one we actually need, not just all of them.
All of them would, of course, include the ones you need.
slides across 1 gold, because that's 10 silver. I'm not being a dick. And is fingering 3 more silver, and 3 extra, assuming you actually give us something useful and not just some vague, can be interpreted however the hell you want bullshit.
Exactly. That's why I was like, do we actually need this?
Because, as we learned at GalaxyCon, tarot is bullshit!
Oh, that's right, GalaxyCon happened recently. Y'all should go to it.
Yeah. We got free tickets, so
I told me I would have went with you guys.
we got free tickets, so we went. Because we were not going to ask you to pay $120 to get in, and that's assuming you could get in, because tickets were sold out. Matt had to buy on a per-day basis.
That I only went 1 day, so that wouldn't bother me. But $120 for 1 day?
It was $100 for 1 day, $120 for the weekend.
Jesus Christ!
And that's why we only went, because we had free tickets.
There are definitely names there, though.
Yeah. It is only worth going if you have free tickets.
That's just too much.
Well, that's what happens when you have, like, David Tennant, most of the cast of Star Trek The Next Generation, John Cleese,
Okay, that's fair.
half the Power Rangers.
Walter Cohen,
Yeah.
Shatner.
I'll at least correct my statement, given that they have star-studded cast for it.
Yeah.
But that's still overpriced.
Oh, I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, that is a con we only go to if we can score the free tickets, which we can only score because Sarah works for the people renting the company cars.
Oh. I was told that was a secret.
Oops.
It's not like anyone knows.
I say nobody watches this anyway.
Even then, it's like, okay, you watched it. You know that there's one person who gets tickets because they give tickets to the company. And your family's interested in tickets.
Yep.
That end up being given to the rental agent.
Oh, I'm just.
Yeah, that's my bad. I was not. Yeah.
I wasn't aware either until I was figuratively elbowed.
Okay.
So.
Now we know.
I still would say it's a big deal, but I understand the sentiment.
Okay. That being said, the Emerald Vasani will be shuffling the cards. And
Is it an Emerald Society? Like
they're wearing lots of green. They're wearing lots of emerald green.
okay. I
So
just wanna make sure.
the emerald attired Vistani will shuffle the cards, place them on the table, and then make a gesture and ask you to shuffle them.
Okay. I will shuffle the cards.
Okay.
Shuffle the deck of many things.
I don't know if it's a sleight of hand or anything, but I will shuffle.
Okay. Please draw a card.
Draw 1 card. And David's playing with the thingy. And if you want to be really fancy, if you click the DM button, it actually tells you what the cards mean. Or rather, what you're supposed to say when you with the card in question.
Right.
In terms of like the vague, the bullshit part, where it's like this card is named this, it means this.
Oh, that actually took me over to.
I'd say it should show you all the cards that were in the hand you drew.
Oh, they were in the hand. Okay. There we go.
And it tells you what order to look at them in, too.
Okay. Sure.
Because I think they go in order. If it didn't, then that's fine. Because you're supposed to go starting from left and work your way around clockwise.
That's all. Okay.
But yeah, you don't have to necessarily read all of it, but it helps. Because again, you're obviously making your own shit up here.
Okay.
If you want to believe in the cards of the cards.
The first card is that of the swashbuckler. This one tells of history, tells of knowledge most ancient that will help you in the next task, or in this case, perhaps quest that you are to go on. There'll be the emerald-clothed Vistani will smile and have a dramatic pause. Hands are to the side of your cards, giving the impression that there's some sort of divination going on here. The next venture will. The next venture will take you to that of a statued place. No, a place that for sight will show that of a statue, one of stone, one with wings. The statue, well adorned with history in its very being, will also contain harm that may inflict you in an unseen manner.
Beware the rock. Got it.
Next card, please.
Yep.
The missionary. There'll be a amused scoff from one of the passing by teenage Vistani. The Imulshai ignores this. This foretells a powerful force for good and protection, a holy symbol of great hope. No doubt you are a force for good, but in one of the nearby locations you are to be venturing to shortly, there will be a strong power, possibly hidden within the depths of where we are soon to go. This holiness should soon unveil itself shortly after your arrival. Next word?
Yep.
The tax collector. One may think this to be a dream, but this is one of power and of strength. It tells this card, as he's looking very directly at the card, as if he's receiving some information from it. At least that's what the expression on his face is conveying. It tells that a place of shadow will contain a weapon of light held by, like turn his head as if he's trying to breach some sort of, mystic wall, mystic block. Held within a curse inside of a pocket. If you would next, if you wish to know more. That would be the next card. Yes. Yes, the Tempter. Oh. For what's your passive insight?
Passive insight.
And Kriv, what's your passive insight? Unless you've left the table.
I'd still be at the table, but insight's
18.
would just be 15 for me because it's the same as passive perception.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. With the 15.
Well, I ain't actually paying attention. So
Oh, if you are actually paying attention, then you can make a roll then.
Yeah. I trust fortune tellers. I'm sorry. Never trust.
Okay. Okay. So,
I get sun points.
do you want to do anything with the sun points, or?
I don't want to do it. Sun points will kind of really belong to.
Alright, well, if after I give the description, if you feel that any sun points should help you, then let me know. Okay, the both of you will notice that there is a expression of, like, an unexpected, like it surprised him. An unexpected flash of concern across his face, which, in like a fraction of a second, he schools his features quick enough that that like a lay person would not be able to catch this. And the both of you realize that it is a moment of genuine concern. This card sheds light on one that will help you in your upcoming endeavors. A child of Vistani. When he says child, he doesn't literally mean a kid. He just means
one born of
Vistani. With that insight check, I'll give you that intended interpretation. This child of Vistani is imperiled within halls of crushed stone and the annals of a deadly, turbulent history. For anyone paying attention to not just the foreteller, but like your surroundings, if I could get a perception roll.
But I do have an idea for those sort of points.
Yep.
Or mostly not. Just that you gotta roll with it.
Yeah, if you are in theory at least in line of sight of the table if you want to roll perception, but you'd be rolling a disadvantage if you're still in story time mode.
Sure, why not?
I think you could be our dandelion.
So I see perception 17 from Crit. Kenshi is 18. And we'll see what Tibbs is going to be. Not, oh shit, nice. Still nice.
So I either take 631. I'll say 631 or 136.
Okay. Tibbs. You will notice that the tan and slightly burned Vistani, the one wearing the purples and the reds, under the table subtly makes some gestures. You have what was it called? Was it Charade Master?
Ventriloquism.
Okay, I was thinking of the thing that lets you like sign specific.
That's Charade Master.
Yeah, do you have that?
I do not have
Okay. Then it's clear that Len is stealthily signing something, some sort of coded sign hand communication to some other unspecified Vistani. It appears to be just to the Vistani, like any Vistani that notices in the vicinity. And with that 22, you will also notice that in response, a few Vistani stop what they're doing, whether they're tending the cart or moving on to somewhere else, and go deeper away from into the Vistani populace, moving clearly with some intended purpose. For you, Kriv and Kenshi, you will notice that that a pair of seemingly unrelated Vistani looks like they suddenly had something important to do.
I would like to use Tower Build, and I would like to make, given that I was able to insight that there's something going on, I don't know if I can sing to people. If this is over, like they're trying to step away, yeah?
No, there's still two more cards to go through.
Oh, so they're still going through it, it's just...
Two unrelated Vistani have suddenly broke off whatever it was they were doing and have moved deeper into the more dense Vistani populous area of the caravan, as if they just suddenly remembered something important, like that kind of abruptness.
I'll keep my eye out for anything that happens, but what I basically be just to establish it, it'd be Tower Will.
Okay.
So that way, if I make any opposed checks, for like intimidation, persuasion, bargaining, that kind of thing, I get +1. But I'll keep my eyes more intensely on the person who was shocked.
Okay.
But I'm being more aware of the surroundings. Clearly, something wrong. This person was shocked and then suddenly people left. It wasn't like a natural leaving.
Okay. Tibbs, is there anything that you're wanting to do since you saw a bit more, or are you wanting to continue your time with the kids?
I'm trying to work on finishing this story, but I'm going to attempt to be aware of what's going on around here.
Okay.
Let's see.
You can just make a perception roll if you'd like to, for like a heightened general awareness.
Good.
And I have a correction, it's one card remains. Okay. The final card, please.
We'll do the final card.
This is the card of the broken one.
That doesn't sound ominous at all.
Your foe, perhaps not the first one that comes to your mind, is a creature who's been pushed with powers that transcend mortality into a state of darkness and shadow, one which can be brought forth by the lighting of a beacon. And they'll collect the cards with a sweep of the hand. They appear to just disappear under his hand, but if you're perceptive enough, you'll see a little bit of sleight of hand. These combination of cards have also revealed to me some additional information. The dilapidated castle that Len mentioned is struck with a very powerful warping of what some may call magic. We call it more of a scar. Well, there is great good in this place. It is surrounded by great sorrow and danger. There is something within that will be able to burn darkness. But it has been hidden by an ancient good that's trapped in the twilight. Len will speak up. Within the walls, of course, is what I believe my companion is talking about. Now, the three of you will see the two Vasani that had went deeper into the caravan area is now kind of power walked out. one stops, the other continues on, leans over and whispers into Lynn's ear. They are not. The whisper is not in common.
Is it in Draconic?
It is not in Draconic.
I assume it's probably not in the languages I speak, but we will take a look. Yeah, I doubt it's not in common. I doubt it's in Yoken. So, and that's it.
Is it?
It's not in Yoken.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Lynn will nod. Well, things have gotten a little bit more interesting. Clearly, my friend's fortunes have told you that the place you're going to next contains traps in a cursed place that contains an item of light.
Yeah, which sounds like at least one of the things we're here looking for.
Yes, I suspected, given some of what you were adorned with. Well, I can't tell specifically what it is. I do know it is of great light, contrasting the general dimness of the mist. Something that outside of legend I didn't think existed within these lands. But more importantly than that, regardless of your importance on seeking out items of power, treasure, undead to vanquish, would he be amenable to a task?
Possibly, depends on the task.
Sounds like it relates to whatever that fortune said.
That said, he'll go aside over the 3 extra silver he promised for actually providing useful information, because there was stuff in there that could be picked out as, okay, where you're going probably has the last angel item you're looking for.
and has at least a trap you're going to almost immediately encounter.
As well as something who's probably a good guy, but has got, due to unfortunate circumstances, has become at least misguided and may or may not be savable, but...
Oh, so good, because I was trying to have there be some information in there.
Yeah, it was, again, shrouded in, mysterious bullshit, but it's like, okay, there's, somebody who's there, aka the boss of the adventure, who may be savable, or you may just have to beat them senseless. There's an ally who apparently who was a Vistani, who Tristan is picking up on in the... I know who that is in the actual adventure, I don't know what David's doing with it, and...
Oh, you actually know what adventure this is. Ooh.
Well, yeah, I remember I said a while back that, when you guys went into the Mistlands, what I was at least basing part of it on.
Yeah, so I don't think he knows details.
Yeah, but I know I know none of the details. I just know in the original adventure, it is this person. But that has no help because I know David has done extensive changes.
I didn't know that there was a second based on adventure. I thought it was just David did his thing.
No, this is. I gave David a thing, and we both looked at this thing and went, "There is nothing in here. This is a very basic bitch dungeon crawl." David, give it meaning, give it context.
Yeah.
Make it an actual adventure.
Dungeon crawl! Let's go. We haven't done one in a while.
It was mentioned, I believe, to you, good dragon, sir, that we had sent a scout out for more history on a nearby location.
You misplaced your scout.
No, keep your scout right now. Because he hasn't returned.
Well, the time has come close to that to be concerned. It hasn't quite reached that time yet. If by midnight they had not returned, then it would be cause for concern. But, and I'll glance over to the Emerald Adorn Vistani. This recent reading, combined with what our brothers and sisters have just confirmed, does have cause for concern. There, as you're aware, things that claim to be cursed or claim to be warped is not necessarily always true or always so. Some are lies, some are deceits to keep an area private, what have you.
This person went used to, didn't they?
But the dilapidated castle, half a day's ride from here on the north or northwest, if I recall correctly. I'll have to reference one of those maps, actually.
Did we actually get those maps yet?
No, but you
this
will.
kind of happened before that.
Okay.
That's
because I got some notes I need to make on those, just to, based on my own intel gathering.
Is where the scout was sent. The fortune mentioned peril of a child of the Vistani. As obvious as this may be, we are Vistani and have sent a Vistani scout to the area that seems to pertain to the fortune that was just said. If you could risk yourselves to scout out the place and retrieve any lost or imperiled Vistani, we would be most grateful.
Well, we're going over there anyway. Retrieving any of your missing kin, or either saving them or bring back their remains, doesn't seem like that much of a...
It's not a guarantee that freelancers such as yourself will necessarily go to places of interest if there are particular dangers present or other things that crop up of more significance.
Well, like I said, we're going that way anyway.
Yeah, we tend to run face first into the danger, beat the crap out of it, and then take whatever we have.
Well, in this case, kind of have to. So.
Yeah. No kidding. It's kind of made our usual thing doing as of late.
So the stories of the Knights of Good that are there. From when last we were able to get information, there were people of armor seen, but we can't confirm whether they are in fact fabled Knights of Good or merely mercenaries using the dilapidated castle as a base of operations.
Fair enough. So be careful at the castle, which, again, the cards kind of warn us about anyway.
Given the nature of how they're described, I have a question for you.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull out some armor. I don't know if you tell me if it's like this or not. I will take out the bag of holding, pull out the stands first, and put my armor on the stand. Now talk about power armor.
Talking about the power armor? Okay. As I recall, your power armor is a more modern innovation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more modern. That's why I said it looks similar to this.
You know, plate mail with, since his most recent upgrade, plate mail with a giant turbine on the back.
And a little bit bulkier because it's magically enchanted.
Well, the enchantment was adding that turbine because that turbine is what makes it Arcanist armor.
True.
The armor was that of full plate from what descriptions were given to were given to us when we last looked into the area. Don't recall anything with a turbine. You wouldn't say turbine with that device on it. However, he's looking at it.
That's a newer thing. Don't worry about that part of it.
Well, it wasn't. Well, I didn't do the scouting, and I only heard it does. The knights were radiating. Power that feel in the same league as your designer piece here.
Curiosity.
Sounds like we are kind of relic of the past.
Curiosity question. You said plate mail, radiating power. Did they happen to be wearing, helmets with distinctive T-shaped, eye holes?
I would have the helmet there as well, by the way.
That's right. You did take one of the Warden helmets.
Yes. I took a full set of Warden armor, as well as the fact that I had my actual armor.
Well, the Warden armor is just normal armor, but yeah.
The helmet from descriptions doesn't match, but the care in the armor design does. Not the design itself, but like the level of craftsmanship.
Yeah. So well-made armor, probably not Wardens. I guess they would be knights, considering when they got cut off.
I believe silver plating, or perhaps silver itself, was described to me. Well, I see no silver in that particular helmet. Len has by the way, I've been trying to use inflections to this, but he has kind of dropped his little kind of "I'm being a salesman" thing.
That's probably because of where we're at, so much, and when they were a thing versus where this came from.
Assuming they're even connected, it could just be another order of knights, or paladins, or who knows what else.
True, but given what this area was originally part of, it's very likely related at least.
Well, and he'll glance over to his emerald companion, who will give a nod, almost of saying, "Why you're even trying to." Confirm this with me, given the situation. It's kind of what the nod is. Yeah.
Don't look at me, bro.
The dilapidated castle does have something to do with either dragons or draconic worshippers. If the front statue is anything to be given credence. The emerald clothed Vistani will suddenly have a look. No, it looks like your fortune was very precognitive. After all, remember the Statue of Winds?
Yep.
That would also mean it would contain a trap or danger of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Which, if we're dealing with an order of dragon knights, that's not a ancient order of dragon knights. Sounds like a place rigged with booby traps to me.
Yeah. What order of dragon knights here? That doesn't quite add up, though.
Why not? Dragon, followers, Bahamut, Tiamat, any other dragons.
No, I'm not talking about that part. Nah, they are supposed to be people that are here still.
That's I believe I already determined they weren't wardens.
Yeah, I know they're not wardens. But it just sounds, for some reason, I can't get it out of my head. It sounds like the Dragon Guard are here for some reason.
Yeah, I have no idea why that's in your head.
I don't know why it is either, but for some reason that went in my head once it became not wardens. I was like, why? It's here. It doesn't make sense.
So, the Dragon Guard.
Quiet about these thoughts, 'cause...
Oh, you said you're quiet about these thoughts? Okay.
Yeah, this is like I'm talking this about it. Like, it doesn't make sense for a Dragon Guard here, of all things.
No, this would definitely be pre-Dragon Guard.
Yeah, like this is pre-Dragon Guard. This is pre-everything. So it's like there's no way it's the Dragon Guard. It's not the Wardens.
The map of the local area, I will give for. And he hesitates a little bit, more out of instinct than any kind of malice. Give you the local map for free. The other maps will, however, have a price tag attached.
How much is it?
Now it would be 40 gold.
Oh, and for platinum.
He'll take it. His Emerald Dorn companion will flit off to go and get the maps. Are there any questions that we may perhaps have answer to? Keep in mind, up-to-date information is what we sent the scout for. So information we do have would be old.
Alright, so... Knight Castle, Knights of supposed good. People going in, not coming out.
Yes. Sites of Knights. Possibly draconic or draconic worshipping. Given its dilapidated state, there keep an eye out for entrances that may be unintended.
Mm-hmm.
The child of Vistani that you are looking for is Arabo.
Arabin?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll name here. Dick, come on. Stop it. Oh, it says Kodo. Because I'm listed as Kodo. Whoops. Speaking of Kodo, though, Kodo does look unusually concerned.
Further speaking of Kodo,
Yeah.
since this is right about your time period, anything about this particular order ring a bell, maybe?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, I imagine you
I would
wouldn't
say
know much,
it's
but presumably they would have been operating out here roughly in your time period.
I am curious if our living museum will curry the knowledge to know.
23.5.
I've seen it in Draconic. The main hope that he doesn't understand that calling it a museum.
No, he does not understand Draconic.
Oh, thank you.
However, he will nod as if he does understand you. But the fact that he's nodding and would immediately indicate that he doesn't necessarily he didn't realize that you insulted him.
I'm not sure if calling it a museum is technically an insult. But
Well, clearly you think
I know.
Criff thinks it's an insult.
I'm not saying it as an insult. I'm saying it as
He's just- he's just saying he thinks you take offense.
And I expect the God King in him would be insulted by being called old. And I'm gonna incur his wrath today. Actually, no, you wouldn't be insulted by being called a living museum. You'd be insulted by calling it a fossil. Probably.
There was a Sir or Lord Skillholt that did have a fair amount of divine power and was organizing knights and allegedly other paladin. While I don't recall the specific area, I do remember that a small castle was erected with a rather large fortune to be a harbor for those of good and those needing uplifting from poverty and turmoil. I believe they were trying to also help a people of dusk. He momentarily says the Vasani, busy with larger ordeals. At the time, that being said, from what I had heard at the time, the Paladin's power likely came from Bahamut, as I'm recalling a draconic force being involved, and my experience with Tibbs would lead me to believe that it would likely be a Bahamut versus a Tiamat.
Paladins of Bahamut, former descendants of Paladins of Bahamut. Got it. Based on the card reading, have lost their way and might be savable by Tibbs.
Did it?
Look at that, Tibbs, you're already important. The next thing we're doing, almost immediately, no questions asked.
What are you talking about? We've asked plenty of questions.
No, like he's a critical piece of it. Not.
I
He's the one who wants to bring him back to the right path. We'll get him to senseless and make him regret it.
So go save my fellow countrymen. Gotcha.
Well, I would like to remind you, Kodo says, even though I didn't directly involve myself with them, I heard of their power and ability.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have been corrupted in some way,
they're going to be pretty badass. Yeah.
Yes. And possibly to degrees of not just Paladin but Templar. He's referring to the idea of, like soldiered, trained versus just people who are like, I carry the will of.
Fun.
While this conversation was going on, two other Vasani have come over to have a hushed discussion with Len, and the Emerald Adorn Vasani comes back with a like bolt-sized quiver that's full of map cases.
Cool.
The Len will turn and say, if you require any mounts, we have a few that we can allow you to borrow.
Depends how hasty are we trying to be, guys. I mean, the wagon is nice, but she doesn't travel very quickly. I mean, she travels quickly, but I mean, she can't haul ass if we have to.
It's clear that the Vasani are just trying to be helpful, admittedly, in their own interests.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking. I was like, if we want to take the fast travel pace, we have to leave the wagon behind.
The half-day travel was assuming normal pace, just so you know.
Right. So I was like, if we don't mind taking half the day to get there at a normal pace.
I don't think taking half days is going to be an issue, because they're saying that the entire day until it becomes an issue this guy misses.
Okay. I'm fine with that. In which case, thank you for the hospitality, but we will not need the mounts.
Unless they want to insist on some urgency, I don't see. He said because the fortune just says it's going to find them anyways. And at that point in time, they're going to be imperiled, but they're not dead. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So, rushing there isn't going to change fate. I'd rather fight, not be out of breath, than be out of breath. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. In that case, then, it sounds like you guys are just kind of willing to head out at a regular pace, which is fine. Is there any last-second things that you are wanting to do?
Do we need to pick up any miscellaneous sundries? We good on rations and all that?
I know I'm good on rations.
I'm gonna
Water.
I presume I'm gonna be done with the kids. So
Yeah.
okay.
Hey, one other story!
Actually,
No
one thing.
stories when I get back.
Yay!
There is actually one thing that I would work on suggesting. Just remind me of it. I would look for a way to make our little Bardo be transportable. If that makes sense.
I'm not sure what you mean by transportable.
You know, like how there's like folding chip.
Yeah, that's going to be a long-term enchantment. That takes, long time. Because enchanting is based on cost of item, 50 gold a day. So something like that, that's probably going to be weeks.
Dang, I can't just hand wave that in until we do this fine. Alas, that's all I can think of.
Okay, so sounds like you're going to be on your way then?
I can't think of any other reason to delay at this point. Can you guys?
Nothing I can think of. I'll say finish up with the kids and everything. I'm gonna kind of walk over to the crew and kind of get caught up on what was going on. I also would like to let them know that about make sure I say see if they noticed what I noticed when it came to the perception. Since I was with the kids and since I was with the kids, and let them see if the group notice anything strange about the hand gestures he was making, and people start shuffling off. Just want to see if they took notice of that.
The only thing we took notice of is the change in their attitude for a moment. And then they see came over. At least that's what Crib noticed. I'm pretty sure Casey noticed the same thing. Because David, you didn't differentiate between the two results, so...
Yeah, the two of you would have noticed the
What I
same.
got to.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it sounds like then you guys are ready to travel.
Sounds like we're as ready as we can be at this point.
Okay. Okay. Okay, in that case, during your travel, I'll have Brian do it. Can Brian roll me a D100?
Oh.
Oh no, that makes me afraid.
Hang on, good sir.
Okay. As you travel the half day, the hilly landscape, being, a bit of ups and downs as it is hilly. Can I get a charisma saving throw? As there is a a kind of stiflingness from each breath that that everyone takes.
Fuck this place. I guess I'm finishing the job rather than the express.
What was that?
Turn this place. I assumed turning this place into its own complete plain. Oh, it's completely separated from us. Wouldn't be allowed.
How would you even do that?
I don't know. I don't know. It's weird.
Who knows? Maybe we're lucky you can fix it.
I don't want to be here long enough to be able to do that at this point. Perfect land.
Fuck the adventure. This place is weird.
Well, if we let it keep sitting here, it might end up engulfing the rest of the planet, so that's a problem.
The mist, as I mentioned, is kind of... As I mentioned, it was kind of stifling to breathe. It feels like that the mists are pressing against your pores, or in Crib's case, trying to get under your scales.
Hang on, still rolling mine. Just seeing if I got any weird blood hunter shit I need to be aware of. Hang on, that's for physical saving throws. So, it's like, how dare I make a place with unique rules and physics.
Okay. You are able to bear this this seeming unwanted attention from the mist itself, but it is not without distraction. Tibbs, Kriv, and Kenshi.
Of
Are
course.
going to be at disadvantage until you take a long rest.
Or until the next effect is rolled, usually. Or does it actually say just till the next long rest?
Well, if I remember correctly, it's supposed to be what? For,
These rolls?
yeah, because it's supposed to be once a thing, right? Or is that what you were doing that was off?
No, I'll send you the rule for that.
Gotcha.
Just curiosity, Eric, did you remember your -3?
Yes, that's why.
Okay.
What are the changes you think?
Yes.
The funny part is, with these things, that could have been the success. The fail could have been worse.
Would the 14 be failing? Or is it 17 already failing?
17's already failed.
Oh shit, this is a high one then.
Okay.
I'm still recovering from death, guys. This is probably a good idea, but Bacon says otherwise.
I'm not worried. I literally can't be in disadvantage in combat, so I'm good.
High on a hill, above a river, juts a quite noticeable, this is a word right here. Promontory, upon which looms a. Who wrote this?
You can look at the front of the book; it'll tell you.
Of which looms a utterly destroyed castle wall, which beyond is a
Sepulcher?
Thank you.
It's a fancy word for tomb.
Okay.
Thank you, Edgar Allan Poe.
Keep-like mansion. Its turrets capped with fairy tale design cones. Its towers lined with sculpted battlements. Designer crenelles. I can use fancy words too. Box. A third of the structure, as more comes into view from traveling upwards, has collapsed, as has part of the roof, or roof, depending on where you're from. But the rest appears intact. A dark octagonal tower rises above the surrounding architecture. Out of the mist comes a distant crashing of thunder, quickly accompanied by the howling of wolves in the wooded parts of the surrounding terrain from the other nearby hills. But this building stands, at this distance at least, silent, appearing like the fossilized remains of some long-dead titan smote upon the mountainside. As you push through the cloying mists, attempting to drive you travelers mad with distraction, you will be able to cross the utterly destroyed, hole-ridden outer wall into an estate, which features a statue perched atop a 10-foot wide, 10-foot high cube of granite, which is moss-covered. It has the visage of a dragon, its wings tucked closely to its body. The statue looks east, towards the keep of a building. The mist is dense enough that it makes it difficult to see the dragon's features until you get closer. But when you do, your eyes partially adjusted to the twilight as the sun is descending at this point with the roughly half-day travel, reveals that under the moss is a granite that has been polished to that of a silver color, at least as close to silver as the material may allow. Okay, your map should have changed.
Change into a black square for me.
That's because it is rather dark. Can you see now? Or is it so?
That's why.
Oh, you're using, okay.
I see we're on the edge of the map off on the left.
Yeah.
For a second, I thought this was a tiny map. I was like, no, we're just only seeing part of it.
Yeah. Ahead are flagstone steps, flanked by stone railings that go to a landing in front of a pair of tall, wooden, metal-banded doors. Though these bands are somewhat rusted, along with door knockers shaped like that of small dragons, carved into the lintel above the entrance.
Chris,
Is
where your health is going?
It should be.
It still has your health listed as 1.
Oh.
Did the token separate from your character sheet, or do you just not refill your hit points?
it's tied to HP.
But I can't get it.
Okay.
Because, for instance, it did say the fact that I did a whole bunch of tests and I have my full limit. Still have 100.
Okay, the word is readable by anyone who is literate. Likely, possibly translated.
No soliciting.
But it does read Argen Vostholt.
Alright, ye oldie Republicans, y'all want to clue us in if that means anything to y'all?
For Kenshi, if this is a depiction of Bahamut, it is improperly done.
Okay. So it's a different dragon. Good to know.
Probably a notable dragon in the order.
That's why I was asking, since, it may have come up in your, ye oldie, military history, and, well, Kodo was alive, when this went up, so.
Well,
Does the
I
name
don't
mean...
think I'll know.
I'd say, now that we actually have a name to go with the, does it mean anything to you? I know you told us about the guy who probably built it, but...
Yeah, Skillholt.
Oh no,
Curse that disadvantage and -3.
oh, that's right. Let me. Sorry, it's actually -1 instead of +2. So here's the here's the Chronicles rolls. I got better. I have an 11. I have an 11 disadvantage. And I'm -1.
Well, to be fair, I wasn't expecting you to know much in this instance anyway. I don't know. Are you tied to Republic history?
Let me take a look this way.
I'd say that's more of a backstory question than any.
Yeah, that's what I need to check and see if... I'm trying to remember where it came from.
You never told us! No, you never gave a backstory for Tibbs beyond Cat learned religion.
I did write a backstory for it because it explained the reasons he hated dragons so much.
Yeah, well, you never handed me one. All you told me was Dragon Burned Down Village.
No, it's not much of a backstory on it. It's not like an incredibly deep backstory because I need to use a cat.
I'm just saying, you never turned anything in.
Backstory was like, I was a cat, I was living a cat life, doing cat things, and then, dragon can burn up that fucking village. Really pisses me off. Because now I'm not to feed me. Lost my family. It's like, Dragon God came back and was like, sorry about the dragon, bro. And...
Kodo will say,
Tibbs was not familiar with the region where he was, more so than he's just like, hey, I was living in this place.
And so thankfully you generated him before where you came from actually mattered because I had rules for it.
Other than it being based upon Skillholt's name, I can't think of anything. There's
Fair enough.
Again, I was keening at the time.
Like I said, I understand. I just figured we'd pick your brain while you might,
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay. What would peeps like to do? There's obviously a door there.
Well, the obvious would be to go through the door, or at least knock, but...
Seeing as how we're likely to be in danger.
That just means you activate the sanctuary.
No. I'm trying to have to do significantly less work when it comes to dragging you back from beyond the grave.
Also, him activating Sanctuary might trigger the mist.
Yeah. The mist doesn't like it when I protect myself.
Because, spellcasting triggers the mist.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can easily bring me back over and over all day long.
to see about casting Death Ward on my companions.
I think Sanctuary would be better at that point.
Well, Sanctuary only lasts a minute.
Sanctuary lasts 1 minute. Only covers one person. Death Ward helps you guys if you hit 0 to go back to 1.
So he's trying to be energy efficient.
Oh, that's right. Death Ward. For some reason, I thought you were doing the bond one.
No, even warding bond lasts an hour.
Yeah, which is nice when we're in combat, and I just keep sitting here healing myself while you get murdered.
Right, so it's like, him doing Death Ward on everybody, aside from invoking a lot of potential missed issues. Do I need to calculate that for you?
Is this what you were using?
No, it's called Magic. They hand out Magic in the Mistlands. I think it's under House Rules. Yeah, House Rules.
Magic Fumbles. Is up top.
Yeah, so it's the first thing, or at least for me, it was the first thing under House Rules.
Okay. Okay, well, make your, what level is Death Ward?
It's up there.
4th? I believe it's 4th level. Yes, 4th level.
So that would be 6 mana.
Yep.
So,
Okay.
So DC 17.
Yep.
Cast 4 times, so you get 4. Right. That's good. Son of a bitch.
Okay, you took 1 point of drain out of all of that.
16 bitch.
Oh, wait. Remember, we are at disadvantage to everything.
Also, hold up. Isn't Death Ward casting multiple people?
Per person.
Yeah, I don't think that one has an upcast.
What do you use for the Death Ward mark? You just use a dot.
You can use a dot, yeah. I don't think I've actually been marking people for that one.
I thought a few battles you did.
I may have. Again, I'm not. It's not one I have imprinted in memory.
I'm just trying to maintain consistency.
And that's fine.
Alright, so yeah, still one of drain is currently second drain check. He's like, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay.
My 24 mana.
Tibbs' powers of rejuvenation, or rather of powers of life saving strains against the strains against the power within yourself.
We are now immortal.
Speaking of those who live forever, I need a wisdom saving throw from the yokai.
Ruh-roh.
As upon entering, rather shortly after entering these lands, there is a not his thing. Okay. Kenshi is fine with this, but the yokai feel a stronger benevolence here than the rest of the than just traveling in this area. Is the sense of being cut off is is it's like the cut has widened a bit more, kind of like it being more of a sense of an open wound.
Yeah, place is extra fucked apparently. Good to know.
Certainly could be non-literally described as an area not just attached but scarred. Kyoto cringes for a moment, but
You alright?
yeah, I'll be fine.
Are you sure about that?
Sure, I'm sure.
He's sure until he isn't, which is good enough.
Yeah, okay. That's, which
Sure,
is
until he is tends to be a very vague answer.
we gotta just stare at these doors or do something. Okay.
Still think we should just knock on the doors.
I was about to say, it's like we made enough noise, there's no point in going for stealth, at this particular second, so go up and knock, and if that doesn't do anything, then we'll try to be stealthy.
Okay.
Because that means they probably don't know we're here.
Everyone just kind of moving up to the doors.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll just go up to the doors and knock on it. My guys, so we're in Texas, we're not trying to damage it.
Okay. Dunk, dunk, dunk.
So that would always make the assumption that it's seized. But casually knocking on your doors would be a little bit louder than just pop and knock.
Right, like a fraction of a second before your hand hits, like almost at the exact same time, you guys will hear a very small click. Can I get a can I get a dexterity saving throw?
Aha! Even at disadvantage, I'm good at that.
I would be if it wasn't for dice.
And the -3.
Don't mind me, I am really just going to die by guys over and over at this point. Death spiral with a gun.
Is this a trap?
Yes, it is.
Baby, trigger of your day.
I'm having a good not me, but let's see. Woohoo! So I'm at disadvantage, and this puts me at advantage, so I'm at flat. Ah! That's... Don't fuck with me, bitches. It's not bad.
Dex 11, Dex 9, Dex 13.
Yeah, I have to kind of bring that in already.
Okay.
Hang on, just double checking my shit.
Coco's not there, there's
Nope, con is his bag.
Normally dead has literally not been dead.
Yep, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, I kind of
Yay, disadvantage.
Don't mind me, I at least have evasion. I'll still take that.
I was like, wait, I got evasion. Wait, no, I'm a fighter.
Fighters don't get evasion.
Only monks and I think rogues.
Monks and rogues, yeah.
Apparently,
And some rangers.
Really, some rangers actually get evasion? Nice.
Well, old editions, all rangers got evasion, but I don't think it's included in the base class anymore. I think it's subclass based for.
Yeah, I was talking about 5th edition. I know. I remember right Pathfinder Ranger having evasion. Good days. Pathfinder. As a level 5 character having a plus 25 stealth. Use crossbow, so I damage higher than everyone else. No one can find me.
Okay, if you made the save instead of taking half, you only take 10. That being said, Kriv with that 11, you failed it, so you take the but you take you don't take half,
Nope,
but instead it's 10. You said you still
I
don't take half. You rolled an 11. You didn't pass the save.
I have evasion.
Right, so you take half because you failed.
Well, it's less than that because of the way this is working. Instead of taking half, you either take all of it or you just take 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just take that 10.
Okay, we'll take that 10 and then that will be resistant to that.
I will assume my advantageous positioning does not affect that.
I don't think that affects saves.
It allows me to move myself, within 2 yards of the triggering effect, and I can decide where that position is after the effect is triggered.
Okay. The trap came from the statue.
Well, I figured that. That's the only reason I figured it would apply is because I rolled on the statue.
Okay, then yeah, actually.
Is there a place that I could have positioned myself where the trap would not have, hit me based on? Is it a cone, a circle?
It is a cone. But there's also tall.
Well, yeah, I understand. I'm
so
saying it's like
I would say like if you would position yourself like just right over there,
okay.
because there's that little banister area.
So if I knocked over here, maybe. Since we established I was the one who knocked.
Oh, okay. I thought Kriv mentioned he was also.
Oh, but as I had said it, and then you mentioned not do it, and then you mentioned the Titanstone Knuckles. So
okay, so I guess you two were.
So since I had said it first, I figured I was locked into that. That's why I was asking. It's
okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
In that case, because of your advantageous positioning, I'll say that you were.
Oh, that's right. I can just do something with that.
I can say you were positioned in like just away.
You don't get stun points on saves.
How did you get them?
If you looked further up, I had rolled to examine the statue.
Oh.
And since it was the statue that opened fire on us, I was asking would my advantageous positioning I had rolled for the statue apply.
Yeah, I mean that because from the sound of it, you would essentially be able to evade it due to your advantageous position.
Well, that's what I was asking.
That's the only thing that I can rationalize.
I was like, the idea was that the idea with the question of advantageous positioning is you get to move yourself, which is why I was asking: is there a place I can stand that doesn't break continuity of knocking, that doesn't put me in the trap?
I'll say that you're just outside the edge.
That works. Thank you. No, would have also been acceptable. I just figured I'd ask.
No, you know. There was a thing. You had a thing. There's a forceful air that is forceful enough to like knock people into things. In the case of Kodo, he like slammed into like that sidewall thing that's right there. And there's also a definite sense of cold to the air, and an odd sound from the statue. It seems that this gout of forceful gust is an unintended thing.
She did warn us about the statue, but I didn't think she meant it literally.
Yeah, she did mention that.
I just want to say
that was actually explicitly stated.
Yeah.
I mean, it was made all fluffy and whatnot because of parrot reading.
It wasn't that fluffy. It was probably the most literal thing she said, which is why I didn't think it was supposed to be taken literally.
That's what I mean.
It was the least fluffed.
earning that 3 silver.
Yep. Hold that. My bad, guys. I don't know. Kind of trots back down the steps with the thieves' tools, and let me see if I can fix this. That's on me, guys.
Like It's okay. So, alright.
Okay,
You put the hose back in properly, or whatever the hell broke that has it misfiring. Since you just said it was a misfire.
yeah. The misfire looks like the hose is slightly misaligned. This pump apparatus looks like through age something got unhinged, which amped up its PSI.
Mm-hmm.
And there is this section that is faintly cool to the touch. It's some kind of container, but it is empty. But you are able to use it to kind of repair it. And in this repaired state, because it doesn't have whatever the fuel mechanism is, it will still be triggered, but the extra PSI I battle you around force won't be a thing.
So it'll make noises at you, but it won't actually hurt anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that'll at least work until we can tell somebody to come out here and fix this.
The force was enough to forcefully open the doors.
Oh.
Because if it was enough to cause 48 damage, it's enough to forcefully open the doors.
Speaking of extra,
Well, that worked out.
all according to Keikaku.
Okay. Oh, someone opening and closing the door?
That's right, we can do that now. Okay.
Well, that's because it's closed. If it's opened, you should be able to walk through it fine. Okay.
So who's our designated trap finder these days?
Oh, Kodo pick himself back up from the stage. Oh.
Since that's dungeon over, technically maybe.
Okay.
Time to work.
The light in here is very dim. The light from outside is really what is providing much illumination in this initial area. With Tibbs looking around for any additional traps, the sense of this room is that of a king's tomb. There's a grand staircase that leads up to stone balconies held aloft by stone pillars and arches. A tall, faded tapestry depicts a nobleman in silver armor. It hangs from an iron rod above the staircase landing. There are 6 sets of double doors that lead from the foyer along the walls. Displayed on marble pedestals are also 3 alabaster busts of 4, I guess, humans, handsome men. A 4th bust and its pedestal have been knocked over. Their shed remains strewn across the mosaic floor. There's also 2 chandeliers of wrought iron that hang from the ceilings, twisted in such a way as to give the visage of black spiders. Tibbs, as you look around, you notice that there are signs of battle in here, markings of swords, of sword slashes and nicks in the otherwise very nice looking material. Some cracks in the pillars that hold the arches, and from what you can hear, and from what everyone else can hear, faint sounds of metal upon metal.
That sounds great. Looking for signs of the Vistani guy who supposedly came through here. But yeah, go on.
It sounds like tinking, resounding sounds, clanking. For anyone who's been on the battlefield, especially Kriv.
It sounds armored footsteps.
It's even more than that. It's the sounds of swords parrying swords, heavy shields impacting other objects and like other armor.
So active combat.
The occasional sound can be heard, and Tibbs, you definitely discern this because you're being extra perceptive right now in the course of searching for traps. The sounds of like the movement of metal greaves. You hear it. If you're actually in there, like I suppose Tibbs is actually in there wandering around. In the case of you, Tibbs, it sounds like it's happening around you. For everyone else who's at the door, it sounds like it's happening ahead of you and slightly off to one side or the other. The sound moves as if an active battle is taking place. And Tibbs, as you continue your search, you actually see a number of pressure plates that look like they have already been triggered, as they're depressed and have been kept depressed, either through malfunction or perhaps being designed to only work once. You'd have to analyze it to be sure. And as you're moving around, you see, for a moment here and there, a partial image of a blade being knocked off to the side in the same manner as someone parrying a heavy blow would have their weapon kind of flung, but they still grip it. But you don't see any kind of arm attached to it, just part of the blade for a moment, and then it kind of wisps out of your perception. You'll occasionally, next to your head, as you're kind of looking at the ground, see a metal greave land next to you, next to you, looking very solid for a few moments until you actually kind of look at it to kind of go, oh, like, well, that all of a sudden you kind of look, and it's no longer there.
Go! No.
Can I get a dexterity saving throw from you? Tibbs. Just Tibbs. Unless you guys are actually in this room, because it's been saying that he's kind of scouting for traps.
As Kenshi just kind of like step into the doorway, so again, trying to see if he can get a sense of which way the guy might have gone, assuming he came in here.
With that amount of skill and, well, I guess the light really doesn't bother you that much.
Yeah, so I got the dark vision and the light coming in behind me, so that's in theory not a problem.
You're seeing a lot of damage marks that, at least with current conditions, it would be obscuring any kind of tracks.
Okay, and that in theory means I failed, which means I do not get the stun points. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay, Tibbs, you feel a it feels like the back of a fist brushed through your fur, as if something nearly missed you. For a moment you actually feel pressure, but the pressure nearly immediately dissipates. For those at the doorway, what would you like to do? Are you waiting for Tibbs to report in?
Well, again, until Tibbs speaks up again, I'm trying to discern and obviously failing stuff, at our feet here.
There's a fairly weird sensation here.
I'd have just been passing
Should I roll like religion to get mad at these or like ghosts or something?
Either religion or arcana both seem applicable here.
I'm gonna stick my religion. That's 2d12.
The stench of death. The lack of maid.
Nice.
27.
Yep. Are you still remembering the disadvantage?
Well, my religion is disadvantage.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, that balances out.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Yeah, that's my source of religion for arcana.
It has felt. This feels very similar to some poltergeist. Poltergeisted hauntings areas that has a holy cat you have been involved in. However, there's some inherent strangeness to this. When a poltergeist has exerted force, it has always been intentional, even if it is just like directed anger, to manifest a physical force. The force that you felt was incidental. It's more. It's more like whatever is happening here are souls that won't go into the life stream. Given the state of the Mistlands, it's entirely possible that the dead may not be able to join the life stream. But in any case, here it feels like the ghosts, for lack of a better term, the spirits, are trapped in some kind of twilight state, somewhere between that of the corporeal and the incorporeal. Yeah, so it's some sort of like twisted, baleful, ghostly thing going on here. Yeah, guys, I really wanted to put some like complex shit in here, but I'm like, nah, that would probably kill processing.
Yeah, you definitely done that.
Okay.
As I consider, the map had a stroke when I added a spinning circle.
Now there might be some areas in here that may kill processing. If so, I can correct that if it happens. That being said, okay, Tibbs, yeah, that's the kind of information you get.
It's definitely give us some air. Poltergeist, more than likely.
Ghosts, got it. I'm not the best blood hunter for these types of creatures, but I do alright.
Okay. Do the rest of you enter?
I will proceed further in, yeah.
Okay. When you guys
I
enter,
will join in this,
right?
but I'll stick behind Kinchy.
Okay. When you guys enter, from the areas of light that and until it gradiates into darkness, there is a bestial hissing sound, accompanied by an odd movement of shadow. A shadow of wings that move across the walls until it meets where the light doesn't touch.
Is something happening?
When you guys entered, it is something that everyone was able to see.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was a prelude to something on the map changing.
Okay. Can I get a Constitution save from people?
The fuck now?
Can I just say I'm gonna die? Get it over with? Already at -3 to life, and now I'm at disadvantage to life.
What are we rolling?
Con save,
Con
apparently.
save.
This is possibly better.
Disadvantage. Wait a minute. I forgot. Saves, I'm at advantage by default, so it's even. That's much better. Can you tell it's been 2 whole adventures and God knows how many months since I've actually gotten to play the character?
I know, right?
Oh, never mind. Apparently I'm good at this.
Don't mind me, the person who's died is probably going to be dying again very shortly.
You'll be fine. You've got how many billion hit points?
I have my normal HP, thank you.
Right.
I've not been through Polymorph.
That's still 250. That's 200 plus. That's a lot of hit points. You're fine.
Thankfully you're standing next to the cleric. I can fix you.
And we have potions that we went out of our way to buy.
Kriv, as you enter, you and everyone else for that matter feel a metaphysical sense of laceration. For the yokai, it's the feeling that the two yokai felt after shortly entering the grounds. Now entering the structure, it has intensified, but because Kodo and Kenshi were already kind of familiar with this feeling, it's not as jolting. But for Tibbs and Kriv, you're able to feel like there's a non-physical laceration, a cut that has widened. In the case of you, Tibbs, it's a uncomfortable feeling that is attempting to pull Vitae out of you. In the case of you, Kriv, you feel some of the Vitae move from you, hence the 26 necrotic, unless you have resistances.
Black Dragon Horn Zazzle.
Okay. Well, also you have items and stuff.
I say, yeah, resistances come from multiple sources.
I only have 11.
Fuck this.
There is the occasional spark in the air as suddenly there is the occasional sight of a blade clashing on a blade with a more audible or cling.
Okay. You know what? Screw it.
These are some really aggressive ghosts.
I'm gonna reach behind me. I'm going to pull out something that I normally don't get to use that often. Using my lantern to reveal and see if I can see these bastards.
Okay. I believe it's effective out to 30 feet.
Yeah, 30. It's 30 feet of revealing.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, right like 30 feet, dim light for an additional 30. But the only thing I can see is stuff within the first 30.
Okay. I will cause you to emit light. It's not a bullseye lantern, right? It's
No,
a regular lantern?
it's a normal.
Okay.
It's a hooded.
Yeah. 30-foot radius, bright light, invisible creatures and objects are visible to within the lantern's 30-foot initial light.
Okay. For the sake of me, I will be putting a 30-foot aura on you.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. One moment. I didn't think I would have to pull this out till a little bit later.
You can see this. It's like these assholes are still fighting in the afterlife. I'm like, you died. Give it up. Did you learn nothing from the Spartans? You died in glorious combat. I feel like it's one of those situations where I ended up accidentally bypassing shit.
Not really.
Okay.
You've just caused some more visually stuff to happen just maybe a few minutes earlier.
Did I accidentally do war?
Yes, you accidentally to war.
It was already happening, though.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but he asked the question. I had to answer it.
No, when you have both the sides of the poltergeist war that's apparently ongoing as they're stuck in this loop, are now looking at the giant shining light.
Well, yes, but that's an actual answer versus just saying yes, you accidentally to war, which doesn't even make sense grammatically.
Okay. Keep in mind that there is more than just these two. I'm just not going to clutter the screen. One. There's a small battle going on in here. You see. Shit, I need to do that now too.
Like, fuck, I have to reveal stuff now. How dare!
Revealing is revealing.
How dare! You son of a bitch.
Stop using your items effectively.
No, this is great though. I approve.
Told you to use them more often. I remember that you had them.
No, I appreciate this.
That's
It's kind of funny. I've used my items that I've had since the beginning of the campaign more at the end of the campaign than I ever did prior to this.
Isn't that just how it works?
I just found it amusing that so far we've gotten more mileage out of your lantern revealing than mine.
Wait, you have one as well?
Different game.
Oh, different.
Okay.
Yeah, my Vistani in Ravenloft has one hanging on the front of his wagon just so that people can't sneak up on it.
Okay. One is
Selected any invisible enemies yet.
the opponent is the opponents are a mixture of these kind of things and like and it looks like some sort of twisted insectoids, depending on which things you're looking at.
He kind of looks like the guys from Chronicles of Ladrina.
Right.
Embattled with these individuals. They adorned is what could easily be mistaken for that of the head of a silver dragonborn, but as you may be able to see, there's something odd with the eyes. They're in fact eye slits.
It's only a helmet.
Oh.
Now,
So these my Bahamut brother.
Dragon Cult worshippers.
well, we established the dragon out front is a different dragon for Bahamut. So they might be tied to that dragon, which...
Means they gotta go.
Well, doesn't necessarily... It could be a, there are other dragon gods other than Bahamut. Not all of them are evil.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, we talk about them all the time!
We literally can talk about it all the time. The issue is that what became popular is the Bahamut Tiamat stuff canon.
No, I'm just saying, in the setting, they get talked about all the time.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like they talk about all the time in the setting.
For
It's just that things like la 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 la. The dragon's not listening. La la la. It's like prison dragons. What are we talking about? We'll talk about crystal dragons.
for those that have proficiency in smithing or a proficiency that deals with metalworking in some way.
I guess that means Tibbs doesn't acknowledge the primordial dragons that supersede Tiamat. Supersede Bahamut.
For those with those kind of proficiencies, you'll be able to.
No, alchemy and thieves. So no.
Okay, Crib, I believe you have smithy.
Yeah, Crib was our smith,
Okay.
and Tibbs had tinker.
Tibbs, with your tinker's tools proficiency, you would have worked with this material enough as well to be able to identify it. So the two of you, despite the semi-ghostly state this is in, can tell that these blades are silvered.
Well, I guess we found the good knights, and we're about to look at our death.
That's silver.
Are they both silvered, or the ones with the dragon helmets silvered?
Just the one with the dragon helmets and the
Okay.
large shields.
So yeah, the helmets are the good guys then.
The dragon-looking helmets are good.
Yes.
Assuming you believe the backstory of this place.
The dragon helmet itself, by the way, also looks to perhaps be silver-plated.
Are you like fighting werewolves or something?
No, silver works on a lot of things. It works on ghosts.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, silver is a cheap way to get a semi-enchanted item. It works on a lot of things, but not everything.
I thought it was only a thing for werewolves.
Older editions.
It's most effective all werewolves.
No, not even that in 5th. It's just most commonly known for werewolves, but yeah, there's a lot of things that just says damage resistance and less silver.
Oh, that's right, like DR5 dash silver.
Well, that's old editions. Here it's just half damage.
Yeah. But
As resistance is just a flat half damage now, as opposed to previous things.
the battlefield it's a moving thing, and I have to be static with the images. But it is a moving thing. Any prolonged observation, Tibbs? Well, actually, are you observing this at all?
I mean, if they're right there in front of us, yeah, might as well.
Okay. Everyone else as well?
Can we use the lantern in order to maneuver past past it without getting
Popped.
accidentally struck by it?
It would give you advantage on the roll, to the even negating the disadvantage that was rolled earlier.
Well, yeah, the advantage would negate the disadvantage.
No, I mean no. What I mean is,
Even with that disadvantage, it would give us advantage.
yeah, because you're able to see what is happening and everything, and thus, unless you make a mistake or something unexpected happens, hence the absolute advantage for that, because of the lantern of revealing. You are also able to, hear some of the sounds of like, some of these odd creatures get stabbed. Some of the draconic knights get impaled or slashed or bashed against one of the archway pillars, which has a crack along it.
And my question, and I'm not sure if any of you are qualified to answer this, or whether I'm qualified to answer this, is are they actually here, or is this some kind of like memory thing?
I feel like it's just a ghost fighting each other.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like, are they actually ghosts here, or is this just some kind of like mental figment leftover?
I think the way that David described it is that they're effectively like the restless spirits, and they're effectively poltergeists. So they're not actively.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Is like, I know that's what he described. In terms of like the Bible, what was going on. I'm just looking at these like two specific individuals. So, like, are they actually like ghost, poltergeist, spirit, specters that are actually here, or is this like one of those things of like what Kenshi can do with the psychometry, where you can like see something that happened here, so it's like a memory of what happened here versus two ghosts actually duking it out.
I think they're still here. I think that it's the mission. Yeah, it sounds like it's a combination of a memory it's a memory of ghosts.
Well, see, that makes no sense. They're either ghosts or they're a memory.
Something that may shed a little bit more light on this, Tibbs. With the further observation, remember when I said you felt like the back of a hand moving through your fur, momentarily putting pressure on you and then moving through you? You see that happen over near where the area was, since your light of revealing expands that far. A person was knocked nearly completely off balance, and their arm went wild.
Okay, so they are actually specters, spirits. What they are actually here, it's not like a memory.
Whatever it was, there was some physicality to it because Tibbs's fur was actually affected. He wasn't hurt, but it was affected.
Okay, so there is some physical, pseudo-physical presence here.
What I think it is, to answer this question in a meta sense, but people always understand it, what's going on, the land itself is scarred. To the point that...
Well, I mean, he already answered it. I got it. They are technically here. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah, they're technically here, but they're not. Like, they're not mentally there. They're just stuck in this...
Well, yeah, they're not aware of our presence, but it is a physical... These are actually, like, lost spirits or something, not, again, like, somebody's memory from a strong event.
Yeah, speculative spirits stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
But nobody told their swords that, they weren't here, so they're still swinging and cutting into it.
Because of that survival that you made earlier, Kenshi, you will notice that some of these actions do correspond to damage marks that are either on the floor or the wall, depending on where it was you're looking. Additionally, now this figure moves from the shadow of a pillar, momentarily being within your lantern and revealing, and then moving outside of the range of it. But you do see this. Some form of very pale elven individual.
Hey, a pallid elf.
But they'll disappear when they run outside of the 30-foot area.
Okay.
Kriv, because your background is that of a soldier, you can tell that these draconic knights, which I'm only not calling paladins because that hasn't been absolutely confirmed, you can call them that if you'd like, are positioned in such a way to defend to defend this individual, or grabbing attention of the enemy to let them be able to leave. This person, the rather pale elf, is not armored, nor do they appear armed outside of maybe a dagger.
And they're also a spirit?
Presumably so, because once they, let's say, exceed the 30 feet, they will, disappear as if no longer existing.
Okay. Based on this, I have decided, one, I will share this information. Two, who wants to do a science experiment?
None of us?
What do you think would happen if we got rid of the poltergeist fighting the other poltergeists?
Are we able to do that? I'm not that good. That's not my skill set.
They're still undead creatures. I don't see why we couldn't.
Technically, I could try it, but you guys can't be around when I do it.
I can only do it when you don't look at me!
That doesn't quite add up. What do you mean by this?
It sounds like part of me was like, possibly use John.
That feels like overkill for cleansing the dead.
Okay, most of my dead cleansing things require like almost damn near an hour, or it's 1 by 1.
Well, yes, you don't clear dead in mass unless you do a destroy undead. Yeah,
and I'm not trying to destroy undead.
I say, if we're doing a science experiment, doing it on one of them is just fine. We don't have to blast the entire room.
Yeah, we're trying to do it with only one of them and see what happens.
The shiny over here, like turn undead, nature's beauty, turn undead.
No, that's if you're trying to be Aqua. That's not what he asked you to do, though.
I'm just saying, get rid of. We see these two fighting. Get rid of the one that's trying to attack this place.
Yeah, get rid of the bad one.
And see what changes, if anything changes.
Let's see if I can get rid of him. Which face?
Or might go right. One that doesn't look like a dragon.
The other one. Got him.
Cool.
Cool. Piece of ghost. Fucking sick flame.
That's just attacking him. We could have done that.
Yeah.
Hey, you're fine.
No, it'll just kill him.
Hey, I'm a flare. No joke.
Okay, yeah. Feel free. It's a dex save, as I recall. Okay. I'm not going to stop you.
I'm not going to stop you either. But it's like, that won't do it.
It's like, I have answers for these. If I do something off the wall like that.
Radiant damage is one of business.
Yeah, just because it's radiant damage doesn't mean they're purified.
No, that just gets rid of them extra fast. At least over it.
I mean, wouldn't that technically, wouldn't that still get rid of one of them and thus be the point of your experiment?
Well, I mean, it destroys them. That, when you said purify, as in trying to see what happens if they could. I mean, destroying them is Plan B, I suppose. But I thought he was just trying to figure out if they could be sent.
Yeah, like get rid of them and see if it changes the way that this weird ass memory slash.
Let's see.
Happens.
I have. Let's see.
Oh, you can't do that. I'm fine with the option of just killing them fire.
I can do a thing. I'm going to see if this actually works, and it will let me know.
Better way of doing it.
By the way, if you guys are in the room at all, you will occasionally need. Well, okay. Let me phrase it like this: if some of the soldiers fighting are moving in such a way as to intersect you, will you want to move out of the way?
Yeah, I don't want you don't want to get bopped. I'd probably step back closer to the door where we seem to be out of the.
Okay. For those that need to move out of the way, you will sometimes feel a shifting of the air.
Okay.
So, go on, Tibbs.
Cool. I need a minute, and I can do this. My spell takes a minute to cast.
Yeah, we're not gonna stop. We're good. We can wait a minute. They're not gonna stop you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of been their own weird chromatic loop.
Okay. I'm gonna wait and do my thing.
Well, he's doing his thing. I'm gonna try and do a grim psychometry.
Which one wants to use that? I know it like is extra good if bad shit. Okay.
Let's see, a straight check. Not my strong suit. Oh shit! Apparently it is my strong suit. I have provision, but I'm still at disadvantage to life. So.
Oops. Stop it. There we go. Oh, that's not the best roll, but there we go.
Yeah, well, disadvantage to life does that, you know?
Oh, I know, I agree.
And you only rolled once for an entire 12-hour trip.
Well, I can explain why, but I'm not supposed to explain the rules of how this shit works, so...
Still annoying.
All I can say is, he did make his call for that is legit.
Say, if anything, it's straight up, you just need to sleep.
Yeah.
Literally prevented from doing this because we need to save the world.
Because Tibbs is doing a thing beforehand, I'm going to do him first.
Yeah, like I said, I don't mind waiting. I'm just getting that out there. I'm just like, while Tibbs is taking his minute, Kenshin is putting his hand down and seeing what he can call out of the mist or the weave for this place. Otherwise, in Final Fantasy per se.
Actually, that's a good point. We were in the Bordeaux for 12 hours.
Vardo.
I was sleeping that entire time.
Oh, what, for the half-a-day travel?
That's it. I mean, you can sleep.
Never long rest.
You can only take one long rest within a 24-hour period.
Okay.
So you can sleep, but it doesn't count for anything.
Let's see,
Well,
I
I
need
guess
to
if
make
I
a...
do anything, I'm just fucked for the entire encounter. Got it.
Let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and make a
This is-
spell attack roll.
This is 5th edition. -3 is not fucked.
I think it's plus the
See, what I
disadvantage.
am rolling.
Like, most of these things you probably have to beat like a 15 or a 16. You're fine.
And I am rolling less than 12 for every day.
Yes, but your attack bonus is way higher.
Not really, actually. I can make it really high, but that takes like 3 turns.
No, it doesn't. You spend 1 key point to get, or 3 key points, and you get a +3.
I guess no one has
One
bought
turn.
potions of advantage.
We haven't really seen those.
Disadvantage on everything.
And even the potions of advantage only work on 1 roll.
Yes, but you can use the bonus action to quaff it. And then
Yeah, but yeah, it's like you just get a +3 by spending 3 key points.
You know, whatever. Okay. Tibbs, what is your plan? Since it sounds like you were doing a thing that'll take a minute.
Took a minute, assuming that we waited a minute.
Yep.
I'm going to cast my spell. Now, while he is not paying attention to me, I'm gonna walk up, attempt to touch him on the back. Dispel good and evil.
Interesting.
This lovely spell allows me dismissal as your action. Make a melee spell attack against a celestial, elemental, fae, fiend, or undead you can reach. On a hit, you attempt to drive the creature back to its home plane. The creature must succeed on a charisma saving throw, be sent back to its home plane. If they aren't on their home plane, undead are sent to the Shadowfell, and Fae are sent to the Feywild.
Not sure that'll work here, but
Okay, I didn't see that pop up in the compendium. Is that a third-party thing?
Technically, are undead. The spell, I must say, it says that I have to make a melee.
no, that's an actual. Pretty sure that's an actual spell.
Okay. Could you click the info thing for it? Could you post it?
Yeah, I must say, I must say.
Ryan.
Then,
Well, say first of all, you have to make your check. Yeah, you did that. Okay.
Okay.
The problem is, remember, we're cut off from the other planes here.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to see what it does.
Okay, I was like, 'cause I don't think it's going to send them anywhere.
I don't know what it's going to do. That's why I'm doing it, to see if they can't be sent, then that pretty much leaves me with destroying them, because if I can't send them anywhere,
to maneuver.
I know I normally can't, so I don't know if this is going to do the opposite and just put their souls at rest or what.
Can I have a?
Because I'm using a click.
Because you're having to kind of maneuver a bit, because again, those two are, along with other people in your area, are technically moving around fighting. Can I get a dexterity saving throw from you to make sure that the surrounding battle doesn't accidentally do stuff to you?
Did you make your drain check yet? Okay. See, that's 5th level, so that's 7 mana. So okay. So we have 19. And remember, you're at disadvantage. Hey, you're still good.
Okay. As you're moving around, one of the swords from the actually the individual you were kind of trying to get to clips you. Though it only feels like it's like it begins to touch you, starts cutting into your fur and skin, and then the rest of it, as the pressure mounts and the slash phases through you. So you take 4 slashes. You guys will see the blade take some blood and fur with it as it like connects with him and then phases out through his body. And then you kind of maneuver in. Let's see, for the sake of this, I'll make a. Since this battle is moving around, are you wanting to like get one right here? Or are you wanting to just kind of go over to this one?
I was told to take this guy, so I'm gonna see about touching him to see what happens to him.
Okay.
I was saying a specific person. I'm saying
None of the ones with the helmets, yeah.
I'm not saying the only one I see, so I just pointed at this guy because I'm not hitting one of those guys.
there's only those 2. Because it would take too long to put all of them on.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I'm basically just, going after one of those guys to touch and see what happens. Because if nothing happens, then I might be kind of forced to.
Okay. When you go and touch this individual, it's in the middle of its almost fight choreography that's going on here, where it's bringing up its blade to parry when suddenly a shield bash from the Draconic Knight comes in and begins to disorient. The humanoid creature is in the middle of like bending backwards and shifting footing. Just from the shield impact, and as this is happening, you'll hear a snarl as the upper body, or rather an upper body, shifts as a second form is beginning to turn towards you before flickering back into back into its core form that's losing balance. It's as if this being is trying to break its choreography as its choreographed self is still performing and existing in the action. It will then stumble backwards as it completes a turn, breaking the choreography. Now being a singular versus a kind of glitched being, it's now singular back the way it was during the choreography, except it's broken the planned steps, as it were. You will see through one of the eye slits in the Draconic Knight a look of shock that is not that was not there during the rest of the performance. And even though there's this look of like disbelief, actually, the Dragon Knight's body moves back as if it was hit with a blow that you didn't actually see. And there's this look of straining in the eyes before the helmet shifts in such a way that you can't actually see that.
Well, you banished the one.
It's here.
Oh, it's still here.
It's here. It's just broken his choreography.
Oh.
1 second.
So he broke the record. So, understand this correctly, he broke the record. So this one got glitched out and stuck there.
No, it's
the one that was in the middle of being knocked backwards by the Draconic Knight's shield was while it was performing that action, it was simultaneously trying to move, and there was a second one of itself coming out of its body to try to perform an action, which it was then able to complete, breaking the choreography. Basically, it's you know those images in horror movies where you have like a shadow self trying to come off the body to perform a different action than the body's actually doing?
Yeah.
It was kind of like that, as it was trying to force a different action than what was wrote. Wrote is an R-O-T-E. The Draconic Knight, however, had this look of shocked acknowledgement, and then a look of straining as it played out the rest of its actions, even without its companion, as it were.
Because we effectively were the guy who shouldn't have been hit gets hit.
Well, he reacted to a blow that did not actually happen because this being broke choreography. But the Dragon Knight stumbling backwards still occurred without the cause. The effect still happened.
Okay, so that makes more sense now.
Yeah. And Tibbs,
Mm-hmm.
I need you to roll AC as this being, now broken of its choreography, takes a swing at you with a blade that is dripping this dissolving ichor.
Oh, you get ball.
Well, we have the answer to what happens. Basically, if you break them out of the choreography, they come back to certain time frames that they stuck in what they were doing.
Yeah,
The difference is that the ones still stuck in it, they're directly affected by this action. Like, for instance, the Dragon Knight is still stuck in the loop, but he became aware that he's stuck in a loop.
Okay. As it's making the swing at you, there'll be an occasional shadow image that is like trying to pull this being back into lockstep. However, it looks like that strike hits. Yep, even at disadvantage.
Yeah, my AC doesn't get that much better.
Well, you don't have any disadvantage in your AC.
No. I was like, my AC, that's about as high as my AC ever gets.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I forgot a thing. There we go. 11 magical slashing, 13 acid, and 1 necrotic.
Ouch. Alright, so it's all 25 damage. Oof.
Okay. With that going on, as soon as Triss comes back, I will describe his thing, and then I'll be in a position to call for an end unless people want to push on.
What would happen if I fuck up this? So you said there's a shadow version of him that's still doing the fighting, but he actually paid himself to this movie.
No, the shadow version is gone, but there is a shadow dripping, trying to. Basically, he is trying. Whatever is going on here is trying to force this being back into the prescribed things that are going on, but it's resisting that. It is, however, at disadvantage because there's this constant force trying to get it back into what was going on.
It sounds like a time loop of sorts. I'm pretty sure you can ask to spell it?
All in favor of Sacred Flame. Fucking up this fight.
Well, first we have to break it from the loop, then kill it, and then try to break the loop completely.
I'm pretty sure I'm fairly certain if I do something, if I attack it and kill it, that breaks the loop.
I don't think it will.
Oh, push him to the worst case scenario, we keep killing him, he keeps coming back and we farm XP.
No, I don't mean he's one of those magically appear. I mean, the people still stuck in the loop will be stuck in the loop as if they're still fighting the person, even though they're not actually fighting the person. So what I'm saying is that we break the bad ones out of the loop by doing like what you did, and by doing so, we kill them off one by one, while we treat the entire environment as a trap effectively. And then after we kill all the bad ones, we have code just nuke the loop out of existence and take it to spell it. Because code is an all-powerful sorcerer who can cast all magic.
I mean, technically, let's see, man, that frame hurt.
I'm not saying you can't do it, but what I'm saying is selectively alter this into where the good guys win. Because clearly the way things played out, the good guys didn't win.
Technically, I can do what I just did, but I can do it on a massive scale. Let's say, yeah, any number of creatures I can see within range. Effectively, I just do what I did. I don't have to touch anyone. I just say something, and everything within 30 feet, just suffers the exact same effect that I just did.
Well, before any of that, Trish, are you on the line?
I'm gonna say that seems like a pain in the ass. That's a 7th level spell, but I have this spell up for 1 minute, so technically I can just walk around and touch everyone and do the exact same thing, and then you guys can just deal with whatever.
That's what I'm saying. It's better for us to have the spell up like this, because we individually focus down one at a time. It will allow us to then basically have it where all the threats are gone, and then force the loop to break. Once the loop breaks, even with their poltergeists, I don't think that they're going to attack us. If that makes sense. So that's what I'm saying. We kill one, we touch the next person. We kill that one, we touch the next one, and we just do that and effectively break the loop by forcing the result one way or the other, and then effectively dispel it. Or this could technically be cursed as well.
If I could interrupt a moment, Trish had a grim thing going on.
Is Trish back?
Yeah, I just got back.
Yep. Okay,
I mean, you're fine, though. That is a legitimate discussion right there, though. That's going to be a lot, depending on how you do that. That's a lot of mana.
So you're touching on doing the impulse?
Well, it's just touching, like, the one spot, because in theory it works on the location.
The sounds of battle, and the sounds of effort noises and stuff like that, dim for a moment, before suddenly returning with a voice amidst battle. Calling out. Lady Aboro got through the lines. A person in draconic armor nearby is blocking a blow from a what looks to be, actually, now that it's no longer kind of ethereal, at least from your perspective, kind of like a looks like a cyberized spider. As it's trying to pierce a super heavy shield, but the shield's able to withstand it. I don't know if any of us can break off for that. The initial voice of call that call it, but I know. Sir Skullholt will have to deal with that depending how far she gets. We need to keep defending the keep defending them. The elves, get them to the second floor. Oh, did I get my floors wrong? I got my floors wrong. 1 second. I might have to retcon that line. There we go. Sorry. We have to get them to the to the third floor. There'll be some other battle commands and sounds going on that drowns out some of it. You're hearing a lot of a lot of concern for these rather rather pale elves, and some concern over this Sir Skillholt. Though in the case of Skillholt, there's also some more calming shouts that we don't need to worry about him. He can hear himself. But what you do get is that the excuse me, the circle in the dining hall should still be intact.
And the dining hall, based on what I'm seeing, would be.
There was also a mention of a third floor.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure if there was any, circle in the dining hall should be intact. I'm not seeing any indications from what I'm seeing here that would give me a direction to a dining hall.
No, of course, all the doors around here are closed. You haven't exactly really.
But based on
really
context
explored.
clues, could be third floor.
Yeah.
All right.
The battle that you're witnessing is having a little bit of back and forth. It's not supremely one-sided.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like the arch villain boss came in and started thrashing things. There's a little back and forth going on, though, as one may expect with kinds of things they're fighting, some of them will get back up and get like backstabs on people. Let's see, given when you're looking, you know what? That will also be a thing that you will see from above, because you can look this area. Okay, you can actually see up to a portion of the second floor from where you are in this grim vision state.
Okay.
And you see that where a Draconic Knight has fallen, but you also see the individual that had attacked. Oh, whoops. Go. I said Oberon. I meant Oleron. I got the name wrong. Because not everything is on the same map.
Awkward.
That would be way too cluttered.
The person where you're looking for. That's what you're trying to say.
The person that attacked and presumably killed this Draconic Knight from upstairs. They did the falling death thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is this individual?
Ooh, fancy! They move.
And there is a partial sigil on the armor, which you do glimpse before the person. It looks like they misty step, but either way, they go out of your line of sight.
Would that be a Arcana for sigil?
It would be a history.
History for sigil.
Yeah.
Does my advantage for the grim psychometry still apply?
Yeah, because this is not a good person.
So I'm rolling flat. Oh, great.
You will before the vision fades, you'll hear a weakened knight call out, "Someone get get Sir Godfrey to reinforce the circle. Okay, what is Crib's passive perception again? 15. Okay. As Kenshi is, knelt down doing his, I think it's a kind of a trance thing.
That was my interpretation of it anyway, yeah.
If I'm correctly, what was your angel item again?
Kenshi's is, I think it is the ring.
Okay.
Campaign items, yeah, ring.
Is it worn over the glove, under the glove? I think because I think you have gloves.
He has the Dastan, so he has the fingerless.
Okay.
So you can see that. It'd be the ring that you see, like, holding how you have the loops on the... It's the ring that holds that.
You will see that Kenshi's angel item is softly glowing as he's in this state.
Interesting, that's new.
That is new. I will at least point it out. Kenshi.
I gotta
Something is happening.
I presume I have to come out of my trance first.
I can't actually interrupt that because that will be just
Did the message not pop up?
I gotta... Oh! I get this... There's your message, and then a message from Wednesday. Somehow there was time travel?
Well, that's weird as fuck.
Skype just did weird.
Okay, but the message came through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what we're doing.
Your 15 will be answered in a moment. Okay. In which case, you do partially recognize the sigil from some of your more studies on the ancient evils, which wasn't attributed to anyone with a name you could find, except for the fact that you had seen an emblem like that at I think it was at the Blood Temple. Way back when Valgana was all like, I'm gonna just be funny and cast bless on everyone.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. And that would have the thing here wasn't faded, but you saw a faded version of it on Matthias's armor.
Okay.
And with that, and one of the knights calling for Sir Godfrey to reinforce the circle, your vision will end. Some general context that you just would have gotten from your character's own experience is that, and some of this may be obvious, that these super pale elves were for some reason being excuse me, being attacked along with the Draconic Knights, and that the Draconic Knights were trying to safeguard these people.
Okay.
So, I'm just trying to figure out how much information I can give you concerning those when I'm here with that. Can you do level 15?
I mean, that's still something. So that
And mentioned the Matthias symbol. You saw that person. You heard about Godfrey.
yeah.
Godfrey. With that 15, I can't justify giving you much more than that.
That's fine. You have given me plenty.
And yeah, at this point, Kriv, you see that Kenshi comes out of his state. If you guys want to have a few more extra seconds, you can. If not, it's almost 2.
Yeah, I was about to say that's Kriv
I
lets me
just point out that his angelic item is glowing.
That's a glowing ring.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Other than that,
I will bring them up to speed on what I saw. Sigil that Matthias had used, possibly Matthias' sigil himself, protecting elves. Some guy named Sir Godfrey seems to be important, and the dining room seems to be important. If we can find that.
And I would also mention Kurt's idea of seeing what would happen, basically pull all the evil faction people out of the loop, kill them, and then having Kodo then do something about ending the time loop and seeing what happens with the rest of the spirits that are good.
I mean, we can certainly try.
Just as a point of clarification, when your Grim Trance stopped, your angel item also stopped fading.
Yeah. I imagine possibly he might see a couple seconds of it once Griff called to his attention to it as it's fading.
Yeah.
But
Okay, and with that, we will end the session there.
Okay.
You were quite right. The intent for this room was to be kind of like a trap from the standpoint of just make a few dex saves to not accidentally
bump into somebody.
Get clipped by an ongoing attack. However, I did definitely kind of leave because I know the context of what's going on here. I'm completely prepared for you guys to try some experimentation.
Okay. But and even then, that experimentation is basically us disarming the trap, as it were.
Yeah.
Well, if we're just disarming the trap, we just have Kodo literally break the trap.
Provided it's time-based.
That's it, assuming it's time.
It's not time-based, even if it's like a curse. Kodo has the ability to cast all magic.
That's true.
Like I said, like I said, push come to shove, we could always just, do the whole, destroy, I'll say, turn undead.
Which is all I was expecting you to do, honestly, was a turn undead.
I thought about it, but then, turn undead normally sends them something. It turns it kills them and then it sends them somewhere, but I'm like, they can't be sent anywhere, so I'm like, I wonder what it does here.
It doesn't send them anywhere. It either destroys them, they're weak, and if they're not weak, they run away from it.
I'd say generally when you have an undead, it assumes the spirit has already moved on, unless it's a ghost.
And that's not where does it go?
That's it, yeah. Because we're dealing with ghosts, there's a question mark of what happens to them.
And also you're in the Mistlands.
Yeah.
Yeah, does it just, I'm not saying, do they just disperse? It just seems to be.
Yep. And I hope this also at least partially explains why people were said to never come back from these walls.
Yeah.
That was part of the reason I was worried, because I was like, as a cleric, I don't want to just, result in the complete dismissal and destroying of, their spirits. Because if I use turn undead and their spirits just, dissolve into nothing, then they don't pass on, they don't do anything.
Yeah. I'd say you are expressing concern for their eternal souls.
Yeah. So honestly, I'd rather they just fight for eternity than to just disappear. As bad as that sounds. Because at least if they're fighting for eternity, maybe the mist will ease up one day.
I can neither confirm or deny the fate of the Mistlands at the end of this arc. I know what my intention is, but players can be players.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I was like, if they move there, you know what, I'll try that. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, the Twitch stream sees the GM player. I don't.
I literally went over. Did I set that right?
Yeah, you're fine.
And I know Trish is probably in a better position to this. I hope this has immediately become at least slightly more interesting on some level than, oh, it's just an empty building with moans and groans.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm just annoyed because I know I'm going to fail every single roll you're going to ask me to make.
Well, keep in mind.
So I'm literally going to be almost dead before we even get to doing anything.
Keep in mind, you guys can always, if you find a safe place, opt to chill for
That's
a
it.
bit.
Could take a short
and
rest.
let a person die. You've already said that there's someone whose fate ends in our balance. You've already removed that option.
Weren't you the one that mentioned, well, you know, they'd already been gone for a day or so anyway?
As like, if they were gone for more than a day, that's when they worried. So we had 12 hours.
We have 12 hours, and I can't take a long rest to remove the penalties.
I mean, it took us half a day. It took us half a day to get here, so we're about due for a long rest anyway.
long rest, 8 hours, we had 12 hours. Yeah, we should be good. That leaves us 4 hours to get it done.
Knowing our party, we're not going to do that. I'm sorry.
It depends on how badly we get banged up.
If we get banged up and Kodo goes on like a spellcasting frenzy, then yeah, we're going to need to.
And, the effect could change at some point, and then we're no longer disadvantaged, but something else. That does happen. You've seen it happen.
Yeah.
Yes, it happens every time we go from one place to another. It doesn't happen in the middle.
That's not the only criteria. There are multiple criteria that could cause a shift. You have not cracked the rule yet.
I'm not caring about it. I'm just going on the one thing, the one criteria we do have.
And you don't even have that right.
It's calculated. That's all I know.
It has nothing to do with change.
Oh.
And yes, Chris, you're right. I can have a plus 10 after like 2 rounds of combat. But right now I'm at -3 and disadvantage. So I'm actually right now worse than you, a normal NPC of our level.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. I'm at +4.
Yeah, like I said, no, you're not.
Bitch! Please!
No, you have not seen these stat blocks they give the GM. It's like, I'm a CR25 creature. I have proficiency in nothing, and all my stats are 20 or less.
To be fair, he is right, because, having used some of these areas, the only way that I'm guaranteed to hit is either with, a personally made character, or if you just stack, 5 or 6 of them together.
I 100% can agree with the majority of creatures, but I literally see, on average, whenever a roll is visible, +12, +16.
Oh yeah, those are special people.
Yeah, I tell you, those are shit I've had to find third party or made up.
And that's most of what we've been fighting.
That's not most of what you fight. That's just what you're actually paying attention to, apparently.
I'm sorry, but when it's not that, it is that because you put 10 of them together.
Right, because that's the only way I can hit the broadside of a barn. We have this conversation every session.
Every section. We actually did take a break from it.
I'll say once we kill 2 or 3 of them, then they can't hit us anymore.
I don't disagree. I'm not arguing that part. But I just recall seeing swings on a large number of creatures being a lot higher than +4.
Sometimes they're +8 or +6.
And it's not a matter of what they're swinging at you with. It's a matter of what their AC is. Because on a +4, you're still almost guaranteed to hit them.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, there are again like CR25 creatures that have an AC of like 16.
That is complete bullshit.
Welcome to 5th edition.
I knew that the stats were stupid, but why the fuck are we able to roll into the 30s? Yet their AC is half that.
Because they don't want the players to feel bad by missing.
That defeats the purpose!
Bounded accuracy.
Well, I don't think the issue is with bounded accuracy necessarily. I think it's a combination of bounded accuracy and the fact that they don't give the bad guys releases.
Right, because the GM is not supposed to actually be a threat. The players are supposed to walk through the GM.
There really is kind of an illusion of threat.
Yeah, it's an illusion of danger. If you've actually seen behind the screen for 10 seconds, you're like, yeah, this game, nobody's in danger unless they're really, really stupid. Or the dice just go really lopsided for no reason.
So it's like, the GM has to go, I'm ignoring all the recommended shit because it means nothing.
So yeah, unless David has done something really weird, even at your current threat penalty levels, you'll be fine.
It really depends on what you're fighting.
But if you're going to be really that pessimistic about it, you can always sit outside the castle and wait till the adults are done.
It's not even that adults will eat you, it's just that I can't believe it, because then that would just make it even